Turns out I have to power my microphone. I don't know if anybody knew that. I mean, I'm probably discovering a new feature in the microphone nobody realized was there, that you have to power it for it to work. Getting off to a great start as usual. How is everybody doing today? Azri, how you doing, man? How's stuff? Roland, MCC, good to see ya. Crossbow Roof, what's up, man? Give me a few minutes. I'm getting situated to get the painting started here. We're gonna do like the sloppiest painting we've ever done. Just ever. I've just got so many things. I've just got so much stuff. So we don't care. We're getting it up to we can play with it level, and we're moving the fuck on because it's taking up too much desk space, you guys. Way too much. No, we don't huff the resin. Crossbow. I have very specifically spoken out against the huffing of resin in the past. If I were to start huffing resin, what would that do for my credibility? Have you thought about that? No one would listen to me anymore. They'd be like, that Thunderhead guy, he told me not to huff resin, and then we caught him doing it in the closet. How can we trust him on anything else? My entire life is ruined. I made a bunch of stock purchase decisions based on his advice. We have to sell the house. It would be bad. It would be. Yeah, just chug it. There you go. Just eat it. PLA Twizzlers, that's just chewing on some PLA, which I guess if you have like a teething thing going on, wouldn't necessarily really be all that. Like you could chew on PLA. I don't think it would hurt you. Like outside of if you swallowed something that was like jagged and long enough that it would get caught in your throat and you choke on it. Like other than actually choking on the PLA. Would it? It might be uncomfortable coming out, you know, like a cat that eats tinsel over the holidays. But I don't think that chemically speaking it would like poison you or anything like that. Don't quote me on that. We're just talking about my credibility. Maybe I shouldn't be advocating the consumption of PLA in my next breath. No. Don't eat PLA. Don't shove UV lights up your ass. Don't drink bleach. These are all important safety standards to maintain. What are you doing, Pretzel? Does that song, was that Pretzel stopping, or does the song literally stop every few seconds? I hope that's not indicative of problems to come. That would be irritating. Alright, just arranging these by color. I am doing Hextech Slums, some Fluid Works, and then some of the new urban development expansion today, all in about 3 different colors. I will talk you through my process as we get going. It's pretty complex. It's pretty complex. You might not be able to keep up. It's not. It's not. I think I did the best job base coating this one, interestingly enough. Oh, how is everybody doing today? Is everybody having a pretty good Sunday? I certainly hope so. I hope you had a good week, and I hope that today is just the icing on the cake. That is my sincere hope. Or if you had a bad week, I hope today is good to kind of make up for it. At least a little bit. I've had Twizzlers that I am positive could have passed for PLA in terms of awfulness. Why are you eating Twizzlers that are that old, Asbury? When Twizzlers are fresh, like relatively recently manufactured and packaged and not having sat on a shelf for like 8 years. I was gonna say like 6 months, but honestly 6 months is even just fine. They're not like that. If you bite into a Twizzler and it reminds you of PLA, stop eating it. Like, I know I tell you guys periodically, don't take medical advice or really any serious advice from streamers. Particularly not prescriptive advice, like telling you to go do things. Occasionally the opposite can work, though. I will stand by my advice. Don't eat Twizzlers that remind you of hard plastic. That's That's no good. We need a command for that one, Data Nerd. We need a not a medical doctor, just so everyone's clear. I know I sit here week after week, and I encourage you, and I share my art and my imagination with you, and I encourage you to share yours with me. I say a lot of things. I talk about art and film, and these. I'm just gonna list a bunch of different kinds of art now, and literature, and more film, and painting things, and I talk about robots. And you sit there and you watch this and you think, wow, this guy's really got his shit together. This seems like the kind of guy who wouldn't steer me wrong. So when he says, when he gives me medical advice, I should follow it. Like, I get that. I understand completely how you arrive at that conclusion. But it's a false one. Yeah, don't take horse dewormer either. What are you doing, Pretzel? Why does it keep cutting out? It's just stopping. It's just stopping and then restarting, and I wish I knew why it was doing it. You know what? Maybe... Hang on. Maybe it's doing this because I've got a download going on. Let me stop it. I shouldn't be running that while I am streaming anyway. Let's go ahead and pause you. See if that fixes things. Because I don't want my music cutting out every few seconds. That would be miserable. I never... No. Airflex, every bad idea... Every terrible idea I've ever had starts with stop downloading the porn. Okay? By now I've picked up on that that's bad advice. So use this. I use my noodle. Alright. Getting some paints arranged here. I'm going to be using craft paints today. Primarily. I'm going to be using some nicer paints, but we are dry brushing a bunch of PLA terrain, and I strongly advise you use cheap-ass paint when you're doing any volume of painting like this. So we're going to be using some big old tubes of... Why is my headphone cable underneath this? How did it come to this? Oh, God. Oh no! Oh god! Okay. But yeah, I've got this big ol' box of U.S. Art Supply acrylic paints. Just cheap as dirt. These are wonderful for dry brushing terrain, and I strongly recommend them. I got the one noodle Airflex, but it's all tangled around itself a bunch of times. When it comes to noodles, I hear it's all about surface area. It's not so much about volume or mass or numbers. It's about surface area. So if you wind the noodle, like there's science hidden in here somewhere. Somebody back me up. We got scientists in this chat. Somebody knows a lot about brains. Tell them. It's not the size that counts, it's the doodle in the noodle. Why the fuck do I speak like ever? Why do I say things? I don't know. Okay. See, Data Nerd knows. She knows what she's talking about. How you doing, Smack Weasel? It is good to see you. I need my coffee. Oh, my lord. I'm going to enjoy a little mug of coffee here before we get started. And then we're going to dry brush our way to victory. I'm genuinely interested if I can get all this, not done, but most of the way done today. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pieces of Trinity City slums here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of the Hextech Industrial Fluid Works. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4 of the new buildings. What am I missing? 4 of the new buildings from the new urban development expansion. I feel like I'm missing one, aren't I? Is this one? Okay, that one, yeah. It's here. Oh, I know what I'm missing. I know what I'm missing. That's because I finished printing it out tonight. It's up on my top shelf. 2 buildings from the new pack I am not painting today. Those are going to be coming up on Tuesday. Too much dwarfs. Too much! We'll just keep plugging away at it, Azra. You'll get it. You'll get it. This is my left-handed mug. I want to show off the... Unfortunately, I've lost an eye off of Thunderhead Studio, so I'm just going to look at it. Oh man. My brain is... Yeah, no, we've been over this, Chris Alla. My brain is, in fact, a noodle. This is settled science. Heyo, what's up, Avash? How you doing? How are those longbowmen coming, my friend? I realized after I looked at them, I think it was that vibrant color scheme you put on them that threw me. I was like, they look like they're crazy, like, Southerners from Lord of the Rings. And then I went online and I looked at the 100 Kingdoms, and I was like, you know, I never really looked all that closely at, like, the bounty hunters. There are a couple of mercenary units available to the 100 Kingdoms that I never really looked all that closely at, and I realized there's some sculpts that are actually pretty interesting in them. Oh, I did get this. This might interest you, Azri. The folks at Conquest, at Parabellum at War Games, were kind enough to send me this 100 Kingdoms Null Mage to paint up on stream. So we're going to be doing that here in the near future. I'm making a concerted effort right now, guys, to... I mean, y'all have been hanging in the stream. You've seen how it's been. I've had one of the most scattered summers. Like, this stream has kept me going. It's kept me painting through a time that, if I'm being completely honest, otherwise I probably would have just stopped for a while. If it weren't for this stream, I probably would have stopped painting entirely for the last few months. So as a result, it's been kind of scattered and a little bit random, and I haven't been meeting goals, and even though I've been setting them, and it's just been a symptom of the fact that I've just had a lot of other shit going on. And I'm feeling it now, though. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the drive come back. I'm feeling the motivation returning. And as I look around at everything that I've been printing and getting over the summer, I'm like, we've got to impose some order. We've got to crack the whip. We've got to drop the hammer, if you will. So we're fixing this shit. We're getting ourselves a little bit more in order. I am sticking to my miniature minutes. I am using my little smart home system to keep a stopwatch on when I'm painting, so that I've got a log of how much time I'm spending working on things. I'm working through backlog. I'm not making the classic blunder. The most well-known of which is, of course, never get involved in a land war in Asia. Slightly less well-known, never go in against the Sicilian when death is on the line. Just below that, never say you're not going to get any more minis until you paint all the ones you have. It's bullshit. Every single time, it's bullshit. It's complete nonsense. That's not gonna happen. But I'm gonna paint a lot of them. I'm going to paint a big chunk of my backlog, and I'll tell you the other half of that's almost always a mistake is I'm going to paint them, and I'm going to paint them well. Fuck that. I'm going to paint them. They're going to look like shit, but they're going to be painted. And that's what we're going to be doing for a little while. So I'm going to start dividing up the weekly streams into... I've been enjoying the 3D design streams. I think people enjoy showing up to those. Let me know. If you guys enjoy the 3D design streams, if you don't, please let me know so I can determine if we're going to keep doing them or not. I think people do. But we're going to have... I think I'm going to divide it into mass painting streams and single figure focus so that we can kind of move from one thing to another, because I'd like to take a breather every now and then and focus on single figures. I've got... Orbital Space Laser Jack was kind enough to send me this limited edition Luke Skywalker Commander expansion for Star Wars Legion. I don't play Star Wars Legion anymore, but I don't give a shit, because this is a cool figure, and I fucking love Luke Skywalker. He's probably my favorite character in the entirety of Star Wars. So between this and the exclusive Celebration Darth Vader, like, we need some single figure focus streams where I'm doing just that. Plus, I owe Soulsworn a Vader at this point. So I'm settling down on the acquisition, and we're just gonna spend this fall, you know what the theme of this fall is? Get your shit together, dog. So that's what I'm doing. I'm glad. I'm glad you guys enjoyed those. We're going to keep doing them. I started the other day modeling up Rio's Blunder Thud, so I think that and Pilot Cat might occupy a few of those streams for a little while, after I finish the PDF Trenchy. Yeah, Metalcore, that is the trick. When you have 3D printers, minis just appear, which is why I'm dropping my standards of completion significantly, to the point of, are there 3 different paints on it? Well, it's fucking done. Move on. I would like to get my backlog to a point where I feel comfortable stopping, taking a breather, and focusing on a paint job again. Because again, this summer really kind of got out of hand for me. But yeah, we're gonna curl our claws around the throat of fate once more and strangle the life out of. This is a bad metaphor. I don't like this metaphor. Well, we'll pick something else. We'll pick it later. I don't care. How you doing, Colonel Matthew Steiner? Never said I would paint all my minis before getting more. Also do not have a pile of shame. It's a pile of pride. See, in many ways, it is just kind of how you frame it. It is important. It's true. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty cool, Data Nerd. It's actually working better than I had hoped. I only started it yesterday, and I've actually already got a lot of the Blunder Thud put together. I'm going to be using Pilot Cat as a learning project in ZBrush. Specifically, I'm going to use Z-Sphere rigging, which is a feature I haven't used before, where you build a skeleton out of Z-Spheres, and then you build a model on top of the skeleton, and you rig the model to that skeleton, and then you do all your tweaking and your details and everything, and then you can move the Z-Sphere skeleton and you can pose it in different ways. And, you know, assuming that that Riot Sister doesn't have a huge problem with me making a little chibi version of her and spreading it around, I think that could be a lot of fun. I'll tell you, I found a Funko Pop version of BT7274 who has little hinges on it, and the face opens up, and you can take a little pilot figure and stick it inside and close it, and I don't know if I'm going to do that, but it did get me thinking. We'll see. We'll see. I have a few very, very specific projects. 3D design-wise, I've listed them out that I want to get done over this fall that involve learning new skills that are going to be the subject of the 3D modeling streams. There's other 3D projects I work on that I don't really want to be part of the streams, but a few that I think will be more interesting we're going to go ahead and have on our Thursday 3D design streams. You know, the good news, Roland, is a lot of people want those figures right now, man. So if you over-purchased in the Kickstarter, all you did was become a third-party retailer. I'm going to ask a question, and nobody here is going to have it. Not one of the people in chat is going to have it, but I'm just going to ask on the off chance. Does anybody in chat play Maelstrom's Edge? Does anybody in chat, by chance, have a pile of extra Aperion contractor heads because I need them? It's a weird request. It's very specific, and there's no way anyone here is going to have it. But on the off chance one of you do, please let me know. Pile of potential. There we go. We're gonna turn our pile of potential into done shit. Sounds like rigging with extra. I mean, it's just rigging is all it really is. But it's a way of rigging from the ground up, is all that it is. And it actually allows some interesting, like, deep skeletal pose ability. I'm new to the process, so we're just gonna kind of feel it out. Stop trying to make Maelstrom's Edge happen. Damn it, Maelstrom's Edge is a great game, MCC. It is a great game. And it's tragic that tabletop gaming is what it is, and that new properties like that struggle to, like, get their market share. I feel like Maelstrom's Edge has an expiration date on it eventually. Like, eventually they're just gonna have to be like, alright, well, we had a good run. We're moving on to something else. But they've stuck with it for a number of years now, and they're continuing to release things for it. And if nothing else, I'm going to continue to use the system, because the gameplay system for Maelstrom's Edge is it's like everything I love about 40K, minus the shit in it that I really don't like, and with a couple of really fun systems kind of layered on top that are fairly intuitive and interesting, and they add, what's the phrase I'm looking for? There's a difference between complexity and complication. That's not a good way of putting it. It isn't. But it has nuanced gameplay without being needlessly complex. Alright, let's see what we can do here. I've widened my camera angle a little bit today because look, we got lots of shit. We got lots of shit. I'm gonna move a lot of it to my secondary desk and we're gonna kind of process through it. I think we're gonna start with the gray one. So what I've done here, all of these have been primed with automotive filler primer, which starts the process of gap filling for your 3D prints. They have then been given another airbrush coat of black Stynylrez primer, fairly thick, and then I've come over with just a simple shade coat and hit them with a zenithal spray. I have used a blue-gray. I've used Vallejo Air blue-gray for this style, dark flesh tone for this, and then olive gray for these. So it's just 3 different tones to kind of mix things up. I've got those, I've got these fluid works buildings, and we're gonna dry brush, do a little bit of detailing, and we're gonna call them fucking done. That's what we're gonna do, aren't we, Webby? Webby knows what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna start with our blue grays, though. And I've done a couple little color mixes in that we got both blue-gray and that sort of warm brown here on the chemical plant. We've got the blue-gray plus a little bit of the green on the water tower. We're just going to move right through it. I'll tell you what, Avash, I have a glass of cranberry juice cocktail that we're going to start off with for hydration, but once I get through this, I'll be swapping off to something a little harsher. I just need the sugar right now. Oh. Really suffering from low blood sugar. See? Clan Wolf could use one of those boxes. Now we're talking. Like I said, Roland, you didn't order too much. You just became a third-party reseller. That's all. Yeah, I think the green and blue actually worked out pretty well together. Like I said, I'm just like I'm not focusing on the details on many of these. We're gonna do some work on the windows, a couple of details here and there, but I mean, you'll see. My palette for today is a big old partially broken porcelain tile. And the brushes we'll be using today, for the most part, go to my dry brush cup. We've just got a whole series of ELF makeup brushes we're going to be making use of. Starting off with, honestly, my personal favorite, the ELF Flawless Face contouring brush. This thing is massive. And probably making use of this other newer contouring brush I picked up that just has a pretty broad head on it. Where's my regular dry brush? Where did that get to? What did I do with it? There it is. I put it in the wrong cup. How foolish of me. Number of paper towels. Hey, how you doing today, Suicide Printy? Good to see you. gonna start on these guys. Need my big old box of acrylics. I'm gonna pull out white. I'm gonna pull out black. I'm not gonna fuck around with umber. I don't think I am. I'm gonna pull out burnt sienna. I'm gonna pull out yellow ochre. I'm gonna pull out hooker's green. Oh god. Down to the next level. I'm gonna pull out vermilion, a little bit of cobalt blue, viridian. I probably don't need these three, but at this point I've emptied the box, so I'm just gonna put them off to the side in case I need crimson or yellow or anything like that. Like, I'm gonna pull out this one, I'm gonna pull out this one. A minute later, he's pulled out all 12. I'm just gonna empty the box, how about that? I like this box, though. It's actually good for storing them between uses. And this is just cheap-ass U.S. Art Supply acrylic craft paint. There's no reason at all, in my opinion, to use expensive paints on a process like this. You go through a bottle so fast if you do. Mix myself up a decent gray. Start off with a little bit of whites. Bit of black over here. And I'm going to put down a little bit of cobalt blue. Just a taste. I'm just going to do a little bit of mixing with a little wooden stick here. This is pretty complex stuff. Dash of blue in here. Not too much. Actually want more white. That came out pretty dark. It's looking pretty good. So once I dry brush this on, I'll essentially have three tones: my base black, my dry brushed, or rather my airbrushed blue-gray, and then this, which I think it could even be a little bit lighter, but we're going to test it before we decide to add any more white to it. I'll put just a touch more blue in. Not a lot. Don't need a lot. Let's see what the biggest brush we got can do with this. Ooh. Oh, it's gonna be a mess. I love it. Oh, I just switched that in the blue like an idiot. It is a huge brush, so be careful with that. Okay. Oh, let's get started. Real streaky. Wipe some of that off. a lot on there, but not so much that it's particularly streaky. A little streaking can be fine, particularly if you're going to do a few layers and you just don't care that much, but I'd like to avoid too much of it. Ooh, I forgot to do something before I started this. That's okay. That's okay. Forgot these pieces have windows on them. I thought I was working on something with no windows that I wanted to paint, but this does have a couple. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for the follow, Song Dog Sniper. Welcome in. Just getting into painting, printing all my stuff. Oh, shit, that's awesome. Well, I am happy to be of assistance any way that I can, and as some people have pointed out, the Discord is also a great place to get help, encouragement, anything you need. So I did mean to do something before I started doing that, but I'm a doo-doo face, so I didn't think of it. What I'm actually going to do is save that for the next step anyway, when I'll do a finer dry brush. I think that this is a fine place to start. Because we're going to do 2 coats of dry brushing on each of these, with a quick stop off to put some blue and some windows in between. Damn, it's so streaky. That's a little better. That's a little better. I hope that everything works out real well for you, Song Dog Sniper. I very specifically make these files to be just easy as shit to print. You can definitely get more complicated, more detailed files out there, but you're not gonna find files that are any easier on your printer. As far as having nice, chunky details that are gonna print reliably, and carefully made overhangs so you don't need to put in supports or really even know much about what you're doing. I hesitate to use the word idiot-proof when describing something that I'm trying to sell to people. I feel like that is perhaps a self-defeating pejorative, but it does kind of describe what I shoot for. You know, as an idiot, I just feel represented by this phrase, is all. Sewer Creature, welcome in. Hamburg Tack, I'm not quite onto the brewskis yet. But thank you for the reminder. And I mean, here, you can... This is about the roughest dry brushing you can possibly manage, but look at the difference that it makes. Like, this is a decent start right here. This is streaky and shitty looking, but it's coming together already. Foolproof, there we go, but I'm still calling people fools, though. I'm not saying they're not fools, I just probably shouldn't call them that, that's all. Think less, paint more. Think less, paint more. It's a decent mantra for what I'm doing, huh? Found your old childhood school again, or what's left of it. After you got done with it, am I right? Ooh, kinda left a mess on this one. It doesn't matter that much. Who gives a shit? There's gonna be a bunch of it on a table, you're never gonna see that. We are not going for precise and pretty today, folks. No, sir. Quick, dirty, and done. Just have to make it good enough for arm's length. Not just arm's length, Wall Canoe. Arm's length and in a huge huddle. What did we call that? The garrison effect? Is that our less offensive phrase? Where enough of them together, you really don't notice the flaws in all of them? It's a city board, for God's sake. There's gonna be so many of these buildings together, nobody's gonna look that close at just one of them. And the thing is, you know, with stuff like this, if you, particularly with 3D printing, where you can just make more, like, if you really want them to look good, just come back to them later and make some that look good. But when you just want them on the table, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, paint happy. As I've never said that. I don't think I've ever said that. I've said things similar to it, but I've never said that. I need a little bit more gray. Let's drop in some white and mix it up. Heretic Scott dropping that tier 1 sub. 4 months. I refuse to listen to Amazon telling me to fly Audible and travel the world again till the day I die. Commercials are for suckers. I know the feeling. How are you doing today, my friend? Welcome, welcome, welcome in, Heretic Scott. Guys, if you're not following Heretic Scott already, I recommend you do. He's got a pretty great channel over there. He does some pretty amazing paint jobs, and he has one of those Scottish accents that's just a delight. Just a delight. The envy of Americans everywhere, particularly the ones in America. Probably some of the ones in Scotland too. They exist. They're out there. Not as much lately, you know, with the state of the world and all, but some. Heretic Scott, how you doing today, man? Nope, needs more white. Needs more white and a touch of blue. It's going pretty well. Thank you so much for asking. We are just working our way through the backlog as fast as we reasonably can. Perhaps as fast as we unreasonably can. I don't even know what that means, so I guess it's possible that it's true. Grab a little blue and put it in there. There we go, that's a good mix. Oh, I'm making a mess out of my painting area. Oh god, what have I done? Now, the one thing when using a brush this large, you do want to be fairly quick. Particularly with these shitty acrylic paints, they will start to gum the works up if you slow down too much, so you want to kind of do it in bursts and then clean your brush. Hey, Lunchbox, good to see you, man.
You could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I can and I will.
We're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
You genuinely are not. Tell me what to do. On some level, I'm determined to push the act of dry brushing to the absolute limits of its capacity someday. It is a technique, as I've said before, with a very low skill floor, but a high ceiling.
It's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Which it will be here pretty soon. We got another one. Chaotic Harmony. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was just in that stream. What do you know? He was over there playing Weeb Defense Force 5 and having enough fun that I actually went and picked it up on Humble Bundle. Not Humble Bundle, but just the Humble Store.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into...
Oh no.
More shame.
Oh no, you poor bastards who just raided over from Chaotic Harmony stream. You thought you were getting away from him, but here he is! He's in this stream too! Oh my god, the call is coming from inside the stream! How you doing, Chaotic? We're gonna have to play some Earth Defense Force, man. That looked like a lot of fun. I was nonplussed. I got 4.1, I think, in a Humble Bundle, and I was just kind of nonplussed by the game, but 5 looks
of coal gray.
Better.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
You ain't thinning shit today, boy. We're going in raw and thick. Ooh, god, that is a really unfortunate choice of phrasing. I'm not proud of that. I'm a little proud of it. I'm a little proud of it. Not like super proud, you know. I'd be super proud if I did it on purpose. Alright, alright. Same colors. And even go a little bit heavier on these tanks. Let's see how this goes. Hey, how you doing, Xander Shade? Oop, that was maybe a bit much. Do try to keep your strokes to one direction. Unlike what I just did, which was arguably foolish. Unless you're really just trying to coat like I am here on the top. Don't worry about the rough areas. Nobody else is gonna. Think less, paint more. Think less, paint more. These FDM printed? Yes, nanotanks. Everything I have here is all FDM printed. They have been hit with a coat of filler. Some of these are a little bit rougher than others. I think the buildings are cleaner. I was having some extrusion issues when I printed these tanks, so they're a little bit rougher. But everything has been hit with a coat of filler primer, and then airbrush primer, and then a quick coat of paint. Not very thick. Oh, we're getting close. I'm almost to the beer. Ah, thank you, White Wolf. Did I really? Ah, poopy. Let me get to the end of these tanks and I'll go crack open a brewski. I just want to be able to rinse this brush, because I don't want this brush to get too gummed up with paint before I'm able to rinse and clean a bit. Ooh, that's extra streaky. Come on. Oh, I just dropped that right into the paint. That's a fast way to do it. Just dunk your model in paint. That'll get it on there. That's the army painter method, isn't it? Most of these are, by the way, like prototype prints that I did while I was developing the set. For those of you following along at home, which I'm sure nobody is, you might notice there are some minor cosmetic differences between these and the files that are for sale. And yeah, it's because these were prototypes and tests. In some cases, they don't even have, like, there should be a magnet hole there, and there just isn't one. Yeah, it's a good question, Cat. Carmine wins the next painting stream, bro. Huh? What do you think, Caddick? You've been painting plenty of models lately, but we haven't been able to watch you do... How do we even know that it's you painting them? Huh? How do we know you're not, like, paying someone to paint models and then just posting them up? As if you painted them. Hamburg Tack 2 gift subs. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Hamburg. And congratulations to Mike GM. And Dakar Packs, who no longer have to watch commercials, which is the real benefit you get out of being a subscriber to this channel. Though we are looking to add some more in the future, because I'm thinking that as we start out the gaming streams, that is going to be a subscriber-only kind of benefit. People who want to take part in the me versus the stream games.
To
me versus chat.
Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Also that.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Not as a subscriber benefit. I'm not saying if you subscribe, you'll get to show me your genitals. That's not a thing. They do that on OnlyFans. That's not a thing here.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held two brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for two brushes, one paint pot.
God, that is the worst joke. It never gets any better. This, by the way, is the building from the new urban development expansion for Hextech. It's a little bit cleaner than some of the other ones, but we're going to treat it just as dirty. There we go. Quesadillas, you spelled it right. That's how you spell quesadillas. Oh, we're almost to the end of this stage. Home stretch. Let's keep going. This poor brush. They're cheap. That's why we use them. Hello there, yourself, Riot Sister. How you doing?
Hello there.
Think less, paint more. Think less, paint more. The tortilla queso. I don't think that's right. Well, I ain't no expert or nothing like that, but I don't think that's right there, right, sister. Oh, we are slapdashing the fuck out of some terrain today, Riot Sister. Just the roughest painting we can manage. I'm trying to see how many of these I can get pretty damn close to done by the end of tonight's stream. And the done has a very, very low standard right now. Good enough is the name of the game. God, that came out real rough. That's a bad print. Oh well. Doesn't matter. This was before I reinforced these. Like I said, some of these are prototypes. Before I made final improvements and released the files, these tanks look different in the final file. Good enough, we're talking a few layers of dry brush and a sloppy wash. We won't even do a wash, White Wolf. I'm not gonna waste wash on these fucking things. You out of your mind? Wash is more expensive than this paint that I'm using. Instead of doing a wash, I just undercoated everything black with an airbrush. So I wouldn't have to wash the recesses so much. Switch to a smaller brush for some of the details on this one, because I've got to do these pipes down here. In fact, most of this one I'm going to use a smaller brush, even for my gray. This will be the last bit that I do with this huge brush. Well, not totally the last bit, but the last bit of gray I do with this huge brush. That matters. Why, hello, Busy Builder. How you doing today, man? Baldahar, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. One last little bit. Come on, Brush. You can make it. You can make it without me having to mix more. Just the fronts of these tanks, that's all I'm asking. Oh, this poor Brush. Oh, it's having such a hard time now. Grab a last little bit of paint. Come on, man. Oh, no, it came out all streaky. Oh, well. Nobody cares. Good enough, and we'll come back to the rest of it. Tried that marble technique to make a cracked... oh, my mouth. Cracked lava marble looking paint job. How'd that turn out, Busy Builder? I'd love to see the results. Have you posted to the Storm Report before? If not, you should, man. I'd love to see what you're working on. Give this brush a quick dip in a little bit of water. Wipe off here, and then I'm going to take a short break to rinse this brush out in the sink and grab myself a beer. White Wolf, I'll get you taken care of in just a second, my friend. Alright. Got to give this brush just a little bit of TLC. And I will be right back. And we'll carry on with what we're doing. Don't go anywhere. It's not a threat. I'm not threatening you. I'm just saying don't. Just because I'd like it if you were here. That's why I'm saying it. God, guys, come on. And we're back. Oh, grab one for me while you're at it, Hamburg Tack. Oh, I wanted to show you guys too. I'm not doing this one today, but I have it printed out. and I'm actually printing a new version. There's a new version of this, is what's on the printer right now. You can't tell many details on it because, of course, it's printed in black. But once I get it primed, you'll be able to see it. The new one has more details on it. This was just a prototype, but this is the new, not replacement for, but sister to Trinity Tower, the Omicron Tech Center that I put together. It's a little more cyberpunky, it's a little more futuristic, it's got some balconies and some more advanced features on it. It's got a different setup. The same footprint horizontally, a very different footprint vertically, allowing for a little bit more creativity on your board. And my favorite thing about it, yeah, I know, it's terrible, Datron Voltari, is, and I'm going to do probably one or two more in this style. I wanted it to conform to the same midsection because the new Trinity Tower splits in the middle. So now, you can break this off, take the bottom from Trinity Tower if you want the more flat lower section without the little raised bit, and just snap that on right there. So you can kind of mix and match parts from the two buildings to, in theory, get a little more diversity on the board. And there's just a little set of magnets down in there, and that locks right on, like so. Which is it? It's okay. It's not quite enough to hold it up. If you hold it sideways and shake it, then it will come off. But as far as playing on the tabletop, like, it's really quite stable. Alright, what the hell was I doing again? Oh yeah, I'm dry brushing terrain. Oh god. Oh god, Busy Builder got bloody Fire Team thanks to... Oh fuck yeah, dude. Dude, Fire Team Elite's a great game. Alright, we'll move these blue-grays out of here. And we'll work on the greens real quick. That is correct, Busy Builder. This is all Hextech stuff, which are my designs. I'm looking forward to getting to show these off a little bit on the stream when we get the gaming streams going, because there are a lot of mechanical features contained in these fairly innocuous-looking buildings that aren't immediately obvious until you start playing on them. I'll tell you, it's one of the damn most convenient pieces of terrain you're gonna get if you play on a hex board. Or even if you don't. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 green pieces, is that right? And we got some on this guy, that's right. Yeah, and you know, you can go for a lot of different looks when you're building a futuristic city. I took a look around at what was available. I saw a whole lot of this futuristic building it's a block. It's a box. It's a big rectangle. It's got little windows in it. Look how many panel lines it has on it. Which is cool, you know, it's a neat aesthetic, that sort of brutalist architecture, and I was just like, I want something more interesting, I want something a little more sci-fi-ish, something a little more Art Deco, you know, so that's kind of the direction that I lean with Hextech, at least with Trinity City. A little flakier, a little goofier, but I like it. We cover some of the more brutalist architecture in these shitty little slum buildings, which are not terribly interesting. Alright, so I'm going to take probably a bit of Hooker's green and a little bit of white to desaturate it. And that'll be our primary dry brush color here. Oh, I haven't opened this one yet. There we go. Love how quickly sci-fi becomes, no one can actually live in here. If there's one thing I do arguably too much of, Datron Voltari, and I realize this looking at other terrain sets, I spend, I think, too much time thinking about the internal layout of my buildings. And putting doors, like I see, and this goes back to my complaint with one of the first 3D printed terrain sets I bought and built. Bought and printed and painted, is I got it done and I looked at it and I was like, oh, look at this cool little balcony up here, and oh, there's one up here, and why are there no doors? How do you get there? What what the hell's going on? And the more I looked at it, the more I realized there are things on it that just look cool but don't do anything, don't have any real role and a real structure, and they don't have to because it's just wargaming terrain, but it bugs me. You know? It bothers me. And if you look on all my buildings, there's a place to get almost everywhere that you need to. Even on this big crazy guy, I've got doors and balconies and man-sized details, and I put a little bit of thought into how the floors would be shaped the whole way up. Do I have to do that? No. Should I do it? Probably not. Am I going to do it anyway? I mean, yeah. So, you know, you can deal with it. Alright, mixing up my green here. Oh, we're going to want to desaturate it more than that. More whites. That's why I wound up building so many parking lots and that parking structure for Trinity City, is because I'm laying the board out and I'm thinking to myself, where do you park? Like, if I was driving down the street in Trinity City, and I was like, I want to go to this building over here, where would I put my car? That's why I put so many underground tunnels, is because I just kind of hand wave it like, there's stuff underground. You can't see it, but it's underground. It's there, trust me. This is a little bit of a Kelly green. I think I'm going to add just a touch more white to it. Well, thank you, Data Nerd. I'm glad that some people appreciate. Like, it's one of those product features that I do. I know I don't have to do it. I know that most people are never going to look at it, but I don't really. And this is something I brought up with somebody the other day. Like, I realize as I'm thinking about this, even as I try to expand the line, I'm still not really making Trinity City or Hextech with a purely commercial thought process. Like, I'm not really making these files just to sell. I'm making these files because I want to have them. And so they have to meet what I want to put on my board, and those things bother me, so I end up doing them. Oh, big gloppy mess of green here. Let's go ahead and dry brush some of this on. Nobody goes to Trinity City. The parking lots are all full. The parking situation is a nightmare. Skull Fairy, it's good to see you. Bitter Brush, welcome in. Crossbow Roof, you better bring enough for the whole class, man. Slums don't have elevators. Why the hell would they have underground parking? White Wolf, if you assume that the entirety of the city has a certain level of sub-city to it, that would work. My poor printer is just sitting here right now while I wait for new FEPs. Oh god, that's a terrible feeling, Baron. A terrible feeling. That's some fat tire. It is. I am enjoying a little New Belgium fat tire, and fuck no, I'm not sharing. I mean, I'm glad you're here, Bitter Brush, but keep your fucking hands off my beer is all I'm saying. Let's test this out. I wonder if this is almost too green. I might want to put more white into it. But we'll do another dry brush of nearly white green on top of it, so I think it'll come out looking okay. Let's try it out. It's pretty green, but I don't mind it. We do some white over top of it, it'll be fine. They are meant to be green, after all. Vibrancy is not all bad. Only even doing these in extra colors just to add that little extra splash of color occasionally to the overall cityscape. Just a little bit of visual interest. Does not hurt. Oh, you do some Warcaster, do you, Baron? I do love that game. I do love that game. I've got a couple Iron Star Alliance Warjacks mid-paint job right now, and I am waiting on a delivery from Miniature Market so I can continue my work on my Eternus Continuum. God, Warcaster really is a pretty great game, isn't it? Oh, that's very streaky. Dying for my Battletech Kickstarter. Don't die. They're on the way. They're on the way. I think they just announced, though, that they've shipped, like, 40% of the overall orders, so it's like most people are waiting right now. So at least you're in good company. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, like, you know, that's the thing about streaming, too. Everybody's got names on Discord, and then names on Facebook, and then names here, and a lot of the time I need to be reminded who's who. Every now and then there are, like, common themes between names, like, luckily, Tiberius79 slash... What's his name here? He was just talking. It's always the 79 that I pick up, though. I'm like, oh, okay, that's the same guy. Lunchbox, thank you. Yes, there you are. How you doing? Hey, how you doing, buddy? What's going on there? Damn right it is, Bitterbrush. I do most of my dry brushing with ELF makeup brushes. They are fantastic at it. Oops. A little streaky. Oh well, don't care. Think less, paint more. Doesn't matter. You're not gonna win a Golden Demon with these shitty little slum structures, let me tell you what. You just might win a Trial of Possession, though. I don't know, it depends on who I'm fighting. Honestly, that's the way to go, Busy Builder. I've never really had much use for painting content. Well, you know, it's like I'm always saying, we're all painting for different reasons. Even when our reasons are very close to one another, there are as many reasons to paint as there are people doing it. Some people want to go out and win contests. Some people want to push themselves to sort of the maximum capacity and push their abilities, know what they're capable of, you know? And me, I want decent-looking fucking game pieces to play with. This is my goal at the end of the day. So if I'm achieving that, I'm happy. Good quality while trying to add to my abilities. Yeah, depends on what I'm painting. I feel you on that. Sometimes I like to stop and really focus on a model and just push myself as far as I can go. Sometimes I'm like, this needs to be done next week. Who gives a shit? Put 3 colors on it. That's what I always say, though. It's good to have a goal in mind when you start painting. Know what you're painting for and shoot for that, so that you don't, wind up in a situation where you're like, well, all I really want is a tabletop quality paint job, and you get lost in the details and never get it done, and that's no good either. Know what you're shooting for. If you want to do a competition piece or even just a high-level piece for yourself, decide that before you start. You just want to dry brush something. Get it the fuck done. Limit yourself. Limit the number of colors, limit the tools, limit the amount of time you're going to spend. Just, come up with something to keep you on task. At least that's what works for me. Gave up worrying about competition and my skill went down from where it was when I started the hobby. Oh god, we're regressing. Oh no. I'm actually a worse painter than I was before I started. Oh god. Oh no, how did this happen? Just a touch more. Just like so. You know what I started watching yesterday? It's, what's it called? Mythic Quest Raven's Banquets. The show on Apple TV by Rob McElhenney. Anybody else watching that show? Finding the dark gray PLA and light gray dry brushing makes good fake concrete bases. Yeah, that's why I print almost everything in black. It's a square, is you can just like miss areas with your priming and go, it's a shadow. Because it's black, who cares? This color, I shouldn't have to make any modifications to. Shift these out of the way, give myself a little bit more space to work with. Yes, I can. And let's get a little burnt sienna. So I think I'm probably going to have to pull this off. Anyone here have recommendations on a 3D printer? Rise of Mages. Oh man, is that ever a can of worms? I'll tell you what, the first question, Rise of Mages, is what do you want to print with it? Because that is going to impact that answer quite a lot. That said, we have a lot of very talented and experienced 3D printers in here. Chibis mostly, so you're looking to do like little statues, little minis. I would take a look at the Elegoo Mars 2. It is a fantastic printer for the money. I would say the Mars 3, I don't think it's generally available yet. It kind of just came out, and I think only pre-orders have gone out at this point. But the Mars 2 is, oh, it's fantastic. I'm sorry, Baron, I missed that you followed me a few minutes ago. Thank you so much for the follow. Still using a Gen 1 Mars. Yeah, I've got the Mars and the Mars 2, and I was ready when I got it to not be all that excited by the Mars 2. Like, it's a little bit of an upgrade. It is a huge upgrade. I began favoring the Mars 2 over the Mars 1 almost immediately, and I continue to. It's a great printer. It prints faster and it prints bigger. Of course, I went from green to brown, which is just a great idea on the same brush. Good thinking. That should be fine. Hey, Gus Schultz. Speaking of competition painters, how you doing today, Gus? Nope. I'll put a little white in here. It's not really bright enough. Conundrum. Selling painted CGL mechs on eBay. 1. Shiesty. 2. Predatory. 3. Risky. 4. Clever. 5. A sign I've reached bottom. 6. The realm of glory seekers. 7. Why? Just why? 8. Maybe, I'm going with 8. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not reselling, like, even if you were just selling unpainted minis, like, who gives a shit? It's yours, sell away. But selling painted minis in particular, you're selling your art. I would say don't undersell. I'd say, just value your work properly, would be my only word of caution. Because you do excellent paint jobs, Colonel Matthew Steiner. There's pro painted doesn't really mean much on eBay, but yours I would consider worthy of the title. Oh, don't be anxious. It's just sales. You're just selling some minis, man. Let me put it this way: if you're feeling anxious about it, this is how I like to think about a lot of things. Ask yourself, Colonel Matthew Steiner, what is the worst case scenario? So Rise of Mages? That's a complicated question. It has a lot to do with how you do your printing, but with an Elegoo Mars 2, which is a resin printer, you can get very smooth prints. It is a resin printer, that's why I say it's better for minis and statues and stuff like that. But, yeah, I was just saying, Colonel Matthew Steiner, I always ask myself, what is my worst case scenario here? What is the thing I'm worried about happening? Let me follow this through to its logical conclusion. Thing goes wrong, and then what? And from my perspective, looking at your question, what's the thing that can go wrong? Well, you can not sell the mini. Like, that's it. That's your worst case scenario, so who gives a fuck, man? Give it a shot. Oof, making a mess right now. Can't seem to get rid of these damn streaks on this load for whatever reason. And here's the thing, you're gonna sell. You do high-quality paint jobs and people know you by name. You are quite literally a pro painter. Now that might be something you want to argue with, but Thunderhead, I'm not a pro because XYZ, and to that I say, shut up, yes you are, go sell your fucking models now, what's wrong with you? Come on. Pez Motion, good to see you, friend. Tough love, Matthew Steiner, but it's true. It's your own damn fault for doing such a good job, you know that. Oh, God, that is rough, oh well. Oh well, who cares, moving on. These ones came out particularly streaky for some reason. I'm just not gonna worry about it. It doesn't matter. Think less, paint more. Think less, paint more. Pez Motion. Shit, I have people who pay for my shit. You are fine. Stop. Yeah, dude. Dude, it's in the ecosystem of eBay painted model sales, Colonel Matthew Steiner. You are on the very, very high end. I don't want you to think I'm just blowing smoke up your ass either. That is admittedly, like, you are a great painter, but there is true garbage for sale on that site. Like, you can't possibly push the average down, even if you tried. So, don't even worry about it. No fire smoke. That's wrong think. But much, much smaller, Busy Builder. I scaled out. I don't remember exactly what it would have been, but if you did the Mega Blocks from Judge Dredd, specifically from the movie Dredd with Carl Urban, if you took like peach trees and did it in 6mm scale, it would be like 6 feet tall. Easily 6 feet tall. It would be huge. Those things are ridiculous. They house like 75,000 people. You know how I always remember that, Busy Builder, that they have 200 stories? Is, when he says, we're a kilometer above ground. What do you suppose the range is on that thing? Gonna get through 100 layers of concrete. How about 200? Let's find out. And then he, you know, throws her to the ground. Gevy X, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to a day of lazy painting. Lazy's good, though. Lazy gets shit done. A little sienna. Glob of white. Give it a little mix. Holy moly, Puck Duncher! Hey! Why, we haven't seen you in ages! We definitely didn't see you in the last stream that we did. Right? No, that didn't happen. How you doing, Puck Duncher? How are things? Always a pleasure to see you in chat. Thank you so much for that resub, by the way. Has it really been that long? Yeah, right? 18 months? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's almost when I started streaming. I've only got 19 months of subscribing to myself, for fuck's sake. Part of me thinks if Dredd had the styling of the Stallone film, it would have been an almost perfect film. I mean, the Stallone film definitely got a lot of the visuals right, but the visuals are not the most important thing. They're important, And I think that if they had gone for the really cartoonish, over-the-top visuals that they have, in the Progs in 2000 AD, in the Dredd film, the one with Karl Urban, like, the tone wouldn't have worked. It was trying to drag Mega City 1 into our world and make it believable, and the way that it looks in the comics is just not believable. People would have been too focused on how fucking ridiculous everything was. Now, I think they did a good effort to draw in a lot of the details. It's a lot of background details if you look, though. Like, there are fatties, for instance, in the first part of the movie, when they're cleaning up all the corpses in the mall. Like, there's a fat guy lying over, bleeding out, and there's a belly wheel in front of him, because the fatties take their big guts, and they put them on a little wheel, and they wheel them around in front of them. Like, there's all these little details there, but they don't focus in on it. They just kind of build the world around you. Or even just the detail with the recyc truck going around picking up corpses, and they're like, the mall will reopen in 30 minutes. Like, there are like 9 dead people. What are you talking about? Oh, they give you a language fail. You subscribe to yourself like automatically, Puck Dutcher. It's a free subscription. I don't give them extra money. Don't worry. I appreciate that raised concern with you, because I've done dumber things than that on stream before, but in this particular case, it's not quite that bad. Damn, this actually worked better. I'm gonna come back over these real quick.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray,
well.
Chapter 4. Thunderhead
big
slowly brushed
glob
up
of
and
paint
down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. "Oh, I suppose I need more paint," he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
Agony. The desire was there. He knew that. Oh, did I ever. Making a mess of my damn painting station here. I love Dredd. Busy Builder, like, if it's not... Have you seen my helmet? You might not have. I show it off a fair amount, but not all the time. Are these all FDM? Yes. All of these are FDM, Puck Dutcher. Oh, Kursala, it's across the room. Tell you what, when I have to get up to get another beer, I'll get the helmet. I have it. It's on my display stand behind my monitor right now, unfortunately. I see your game, Hamburg. Of course I did, O'Coral. Of course I did. Heretic Scott, my Dread helmet. Yeah, Judge Minty was a lot of fun. I was deep in the Judge Dredd fan community when Minty was going on. I did a little collaborative effort with some of those guys. I became good friends with Jared Butler over the course of that, who, if you're into the Dredd community, you probably know Jared Butler. Gus Schultz, 9 months of subscriptions. Oh my god, Gus, thank you so much. It means a lot to have you around, man. Thank you so much for the support. Honestly, guys, thank you all for your support. We've had a couple of subs today, and I appreciate each and every one of them, and each and every one of you. You make this possible. Or at least more probable. Maybe not possible. I guess I could do this even without the subs, but you make it more probable. That's accurate, right? But yeah, I thought Judge Minty was pretty cool, actually. That was fun. That was fun. I don't hate the 1995 Judge Dredd movie. It does a lot of things that... It's not a good movie. It is a bad movie. But it does a lot of things that, as a fan of Judge Dredd, just kind of make me chuckle, you know? It has a lot of detail to it, just kind of in the background. Like, it shows, you know, the ABC warrior and everything. It's got, it makes references. I mean, the movie opens with a block war, which is something that I kind of wish that there was a Carl Urban Judge Dredd movie that was just like Dredd block war, you know? I'd watch the shit out of that. Well, I always thought block wars were one of the cooler aspects of the universe. They're just so crazy. Holy shit. Real Scalp, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm just making it work one brushstroke at a time. We're real sloppy today. I hope you guys don't mind. I have a lot of terrain to paint, and I don't really care what the details look like. Yeah, they had plans. Alex Garland had plans for more Judge Dredd movies, and yeah, that movie just didn't do very well, which is a shame, because it's honestly like one of the best movies to come out in the last fucking 10 years. But, you know, what are you gonna do? And almost 10 years ago now, because it came out, what, 2013? 2012? Oh, puck, don't you? Yep, it was in fact that long ago. I was still going to movie theaters back then. Which, to be fair, I stopped going to movie theaters long before the pandemic made it unviable. Fucking hate movie theaters anymore. Even Alamo Drafthouse, they were good for a while, but I've had some bad experiences at Alamo Drafthouses and discovered firsthand that all that shit they talk about, if you talk in the movie theaters, we'll kick you out. That's bullshit. Maybe there are some locations that'll do that, but I'm telling you, I used to go to the Alamo Drafthouse in San Antonio where they started. And I've had numerous instances of people just talking in the damn theater, and they won't kick them out. I have experienced them just impotently shrugging their shoulders far more than I've experienced them actually kicking talkers out of the theater. But, you know, it sounds good when they get Max Brooks to do a little special that plays before the movie, and you're like, if you talk in the theater, Max Brooks will take you out. No. Nobody's gonna do shit. Talk away. Yeah, but you know, film metrics are a funny sort of thing. Movies that become cult hits don't really help that much. I think it was John Carpenter who famously, I don't know if it was during an interview or it was at a con. It wouldn't be at a con. John Carpenter doesn't go to cons. I think it was during an interview where someone asked him, like, how do you feel about, you know, the fact that your movies have become such cult hits so long after the fact, like The Thing and Escape from New York, and his response was something to the effect of, what the fuck good does that do me now? I don't give a fuck. You should have seen the fucking movie when it came out. Like, yeah. Doesn't really help that much. These days, I think it might matter more because people are paying more attention to those metrics, again, due to the pandemic, but in 2012, 2013, they weren't. They didn't care. That actually sounds nice, Sewer Creature. Oh my god, I had my showing of Logan that I went to in the theaters completely fucking ruined by a talker in an Alamo Drafthouse in the Alamo City, and that was just like, that was the last fucking straw for me. It's just nonsense. Like, if you're not really gonna do it, you shouldn't have the policy, is my opinion. If they didn't make a big deal about the fact that they'll take care of it, I wouldn't have cared as much, but they did, and then they didn't, and fuck them. And a very good evening to you as well, Pun Expected Painting, if we can get a shout out for Pun Expected. Ah, yes, Blair Dunner. That's an excellent movie. God, The Thing prequel is... Oh my god. The Thing prequel is like... I can't believe that they did as many practical effects for that movie as they did, and then producers meddling in the movie made them remove practical effects and put in a whole bunch of CG that just sucked. I mean, like, the CG wasn't bad, but, you know, everything's contextual and relative to a point. And when the movie that you're doing a prequel to is famous for its practical effects and its very visceral, practical effects, and then you do a sequel / prequel and it's like, it's all CG, like, and also, furthermore, who fucking cares? Who gives a fuck what happened in the, what was it, Swedish? Who were they? Were they Swedes? The other, because they were at, like, McMurdo Sound, and then it was, like, a Swedish base. It was Norwegian, thank you so much, but yeah, I knew I wasn't right. It was like, it's something like that, though. It's one of those hoogledy-floogledy languages. Yeah, like, but who gives a shit? Who cares? That's right up there with me, with, like, Prometheus, where, and I apologize if there's anyone in chat who just loves Prometheus, that's fine, we're all entitled to like whatever we like, and I admit there are things in that movie that are interesting, but again, everything's relative, you have to compare it to the movies that came before it, particularly when it goes out of its way to connect to them, and ultimately Prometheus exists to answer the question of, what was going on with the space jockey in Alien? And I have an answer to that question. Who gives a fuck? What the? Huh? Huh? When the fuck was that ever a question that anybody ever wanted answered? It doesn't matter who the space jockey is. It doesn't matter what that ship was doing there. It doesn't matter where the fucking aliens came from, because it's about something that is mysterious and terrible. It matters more when you don't know where it came from. Because that's just that much worse. It's this big looming question mark that's like, oh my god, you mean there could be worse things out there too? And we have no idea? That's fucking scary. Oh, some android made it because he was obsessed with space dicks. That's not a good answer to that question. I don't want to know that the aliens came from human intervention, for God's sake. He had to tie... And yeah, this is the thing though, Drakari. If you watch Raised by Wolves, I like that show. I quite like Raised by Wolves. I'm gonna rinse this brush while I'm ranting here. It's clear to me that Ridley Scott had a bunch of really interesting existential ideas about creation, about the institution of religion, specifically the idea of an intelligent creation meeting its creator and the interface therein. How does a creator communicate with its creation? What does creation mean? Fundamentally, what is God in the human psyche? These are fascinating questions that have been asked time and time and time again throughout the storytelling history of mankind. I totally get why you want to explore them. But don't fucking explore them in Aliens, you dumb son of a bitch. What? And as a result, I hate those movies. And Raised by Wolves is also by Ridley Scott, and it has all those same themes, but I'll tell you the difference. It has nothing to do with aliens. It has nothing to do with aliens. And that's fine, because it's exploring those concepts in its own framework of an original property, and it's interesting to watch. And it can do whatever it wants, because it's not shitting on anybody's childhood. Exactly, Colonel Matthew Steiner. But I watched Prometheus and I'm like, congratulations, Ridley Scott. This movie made Aliens into a worse movie. You took something that was good on its own and you made it worse. That's a weird sort of accomplishment, but I guess it is one. I never wanted to know where the space jockeys came from. Not one fucking time. Like, okay, in an Idol, like, ooh, I wonder who that... Ooh, who's that big elephant guy with the hole in his chest? Ooh, that's mysterious, but I didn't really want an answer. The answers so often just cheapen the questions. Sometimes a mystery has no good answer. Sometimes a mystery exists just to be a mystery, to make you ask questions, not to answer them. And I'll be honest with you, I feel the same way about Blade Runner. I know a lot of people really, really like Blade Runner 2097. I don't know what it's called. I know a lot of people really like it, and that's cool. It's a gorgeous movie. It is a gorgeous movie. It's incredibly well made. I got some green on one of the base. Oh yeah, I did a little bit. That's okay. I'm gonna paint those again anyway. It was another one of those, though, where it's like Blade Runner, the purpose of the movie, I thought, what I took from Blade Runner, which I consider to be one of my favorite movies ever, was, Kurosawa, here's for you. You know, it did and it didn't, Busy Builder. I don't think that it's as egregious as Prometheus by any stretch of the imagination. I can accept that Blade Runner 2049, on its own, as a standalone movie, is excellent. Prometheus is not. Blade Runner is. And it's beautiful, if nothing else. And it has some very interesting questions of its own. But if you come out of Blade Runner asking yourself, like, is Rick Deckard a replicant? Is he? Does it matter? What's the difference between synthetic and real life, if I can't tell in this man? And then you watch the second movie and it's like, oh yeah, no, he totally is, it's cool. And you're like, oh. He didn't need to answer that question. And the mystery is now cheapened. Blade Runner, one of my favorite movies, one of the most beautiful movies ever made, with a fantastic soundtrack by Vangelis. That's another problem I have with the movie. I know Hans Zimmer is just like the shit these days. Everybody loves Hans Zimmer. I'm not a big fan of Hans Zimmer. On his own, he's fine. You know, that's not even fair. I don't want to be like that guy who's like, oh, this multi-award-winning, multi-millionaire composer who works on every major production. He's just fine. No, he's good. He's great. He's a fantastic composer. I don't personally like a lot of what he does, but he's great at what he does. But with him, like, riffing on Vangelis, that was weird to me. It didn't play very well to me. And Hans Zimmer is also really, really in love with, yes, percussive, exactly. He's in love with that sound, you know, that sound, the sound of somebody, like, farting bare-assed on a tin roof. You know the one I'm talking about. That sound it makes, you know? When... I'm not gonna get any more descriptive than that. I hate that fucking sound. And it actually took me out of the movie a few times when I'm watching it, because it's like this amazing, this gorgeous vista being presented, this amazing sense of scale with these huge neon advertisements and this little flying car. You're like, oh my god, this is blowing my mind. Oh my fuck! Stop it! What the fuck are you doing? It just rips me right out of the movie, and oh, it sucked so bad. I'm sorry for anybody who had their volume turned up just then. I apologize. But yeah, Vangelis was so melodic and had these really creeping sorts of sounds and these fantastic melodies, these rising tones and these sort of twinkling chimes, and you're like, wow, you get this sense of wonder with everything you're looking at. And Hans Zimmer is just like, sit down, you're watching a movie, shut up. I'm like, ah, fuck, why are we doing this? I have opinions, apparently. You don't have to share them. James Horner was good until the mid-'80s. Yeah, I mean, James Horner, I like James Horner, don't get me wrong, but like, I feel like James Horner peaked with The Wrath of Khan, because there's a point after that where there are in fact some movies you can find out there with James Horner compositions. There's one, what was the name of it? It was done shortly after The Wrath of Khan. It was like a Star Wars ripoff. It was produced by Roger Corman. And Roger Corman is one of the most absolutely efficient filmmakers that has ever worked on the planet Earth. Was it Battle Beyond the Stars? It might be Battle Beyond the Stars. Was that a James Horner composition? But like, you listen to it and it's like, it seems like James Horner didn't so much compose something for this movie as Roger Corman went and was like, hey, have you got anything you made for other movies but just didn't use? And he just bought them. He was like, just give me the stuff that you just were riffing on and you recorded but you didn't put in the movie. And he was like, okay, here, have it. And he was like, sweet, that's my score. Which, honestly, I respect the fuck out of that. That's impressive. Yeah, I agree, though. At a certain point, they reached a point where it's like you could listen to a score and go, oh, yeah, that's James Horner, because he's doing the thing he always does. I mean, you know, John Williams does the same thing, though. John Williams is a fantastic composer, but after 20 years of working, you know Williams when you hear it. You're like, oh, yeah, no, there's a William. He did the thing. He did the little... You're like, oh, yeah, it's John Williams. Okay. It's to the point where when people, like, imitate John Williams, they're like, oh, they're doing a John Williams. There's nothing wrong with it, really. But, you know, I want something fresh. But the fresh thing I want is not Hans Zimmer literally shoving a microphone up his ass. That's not the fresh thing that I want. I'm sorry. That's really harsh. And I don't want anyone to get offended because they're like, but I like Hans Zimmer and I like the scores that he does. He's a great composer. I personally am not a fan of his music. John Williams' son is in Toto. You hum Africa and the Imperial March together. Might have to do that more to really get that one. There's a similar sort of buoyancy to it. I can kind of see that. But, you know, one is a march, after all. Williams is doing Harry Potter. He also did Star Wars prequels. You can hear Harry Potter in Episode 3. I didn't listen enough to what John Williams did with almost any of the prequels. I'm trying to think about a particular track from the prequels that, like, I know John Williams did them, but I feel like he wasn't trying. He was just like, yeah, whatever. We're doing, you know, some of the old stuff, and we'll put in a few new things, but nothing grabbed me. Interestingly enough, he came back for The Force Awakens, didn't he? Now, he didn't do Rogue One, and I don't think he did anything after The Force Awakens, but if I'm being honest, I only saw those movies like one time, so I don't know. But there were a few tracks from The Force Awakens that really did grab me. That kind of fired me up. Which I was impressed by. Busy Builder. I don't know if it's Kylo Ren's theme, but the theme that plays right in the beginning of The Force Awakens when the Star Destroyer kind of blots out the moon and we come in on the Imperial landing craft, that one's pretty good. That one's pretty evocative. Again, I don't know if it's Kylo Ren's theme or like the new Imperial theme, or I can't pretend that I've paid enough attention to those movies to differentiate. We're gonna paint a couple of windows and then do some gray dry brushing. Which means I'm gonna have to switch to another brush. But that's okay. I'm gonna want a nice, deep, dark blue like this Void Blue from Reaper. And see, honestly, Sewer Creature, like, I dislike both of those sets of movies enough that the answer to that question, ultimately, in my heart of hearts, I don't care. I'm just like, whatever. I couldn't blame him either way. If he phoned in his performance on one or the other, like, yeah, that's so would I, man. And anybody who's thinking would. Those were obviously a fucking garbage fire. Hey, you know what? He got paid. John Williams works. You gotta give him that. The Dune OST is a go-to while painting. Who composed the Dune OST? I realize I haven't ever really thought about that. That wasn't James Horner, was it? I mean, like, the time period is right, but... I'm trying to think about the Dune OST in my head. I don't think I've listened to it anywhere near enough. And we're talking about the David Lynch Dune, I'm assuming, rather than the new one, because the new one isn't out yet, is it? Toto. Oh my god, Toto did the whole thing. Holy shit, you learn something new every day. I did not know that. I'm not a giant fan of that movie. It's a cool movie, you know. It's certainly a film. It strikes me as like not really Dune, and then kind of like a lesser David Lynch movie. Like, if I'm gonna do David Lynch, I want fucking David Lynch. I want, you know, Mulholland Drive. I want Lost Highway. I want Blue Velvet. I want something that's like, whoa! And Dune is like David Lynch light, if that makes sense. Don't have any windows to paint on this one, it's just the other one. Oh, that's not true. Something in here I can kind of do in a bit of blue. I like the sci-fi miniseries quite a lot, Webby, and I'm glad that someone else does too, because I've heard a lot of shit talked about the sci-fi miniseries, but like, the sci-fi miniseries with, who is it, John Hurt, that one was trying to be about Dune, and David Lynch was like, I don't give a fuck about Dune, I just want to make a movie. And he did. And it stands on its own, but it doesn't have that much to do with Dune. It was, yes, Busy Builder. It was like, in the scenes when they were in the deep desert in the sci-fi miniseries one, like, you can tell where, bless the rains down in Arrakis, how you doing, Cafe TL? You can tell where the sand ends and the backdrop begins. Like, there's a clear division because of the way that it's lit. It was not the most artfully done miniseries, but I didn't care because it followed the story well, and it was a lot like watching a stage production of Dune, but that's kind of what the charm of it was, I feel like. The dude who played Paul would go on to play one of the augments in Star Trek Enterprise, in one of just the most baffling and terrible series of episodes I have ever seen on television. Just confusing and awful. And really just Brent Spiner's excuse to put himself into the middle of Star Trek Enterprise. Fucking prima donna. I don't really need to paint these doors. I think I'm not gonna. Skipping steps. The goal here is to skip steps. I'm only gonna paint the things that are distinctly windows. Ranger Joe, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to me just ranting about things I don't like. You know? Maybe you don't like them too. I guess that's possible. If you don't like them too, then good on you. You're a man of taste. That's all I've got, Alaric. Dude, if I stop ranting, these people are gonna realize I don't have a personality, okay? We all do what we have to. It's like if you were to stop drinking, people would realize that there's really nothing to your stream. We all have our crutches. I'm kidding. Alaric, I love your stream. Do we get a shout out, by the way, for the very talented Alaric Kerensky? A man who is so much better at me, so much better than me at most games that he makes me rage quit the entire game. Not just the match, the whole game. These are all FDM. Cafetillo. And literally all that I have done to these is given them a coat of filler primer and then a coat of Stynylrez primer and then a little zenithal highlight. We are painting these as shittily as we dare because I have a lot of them, and I just need them to look okay for the tabletop, so we are just not giving too much of a shit about the details today. Yeah, and that's something I'm kind of concerned about too, to Square. Like, I feel certain they'll do a part 2, but it's like with It, I didn't bother watching It until part 2 was out. I probably won't bother with Dune until part 2 is out. Like, I would like to just watch the whole story and not... You're not gonna get me with a cliffhanger on Dune, okay? I know how it ends, just give me the whole thing. Made you rage quit painting? Bullshit, that's nonsense, Alaric. You're just trying to get to me. Just trying to get to me. Well, it's not gonna work. I like the titillation. That's fine. You know, this is the thing with entertainment. I disagree with people who say that there is no such thing as objectivity in art. There is, as long as you define what it is you're arguing. I cannot argue... I enjoy this. I enjoy X, I enjoy Y. You can't argue that. Because that is entirely subjective. Such and such has good cinematography. That is something that you can boil down objectively and come up with an answer on. There are great movies with arguably poor cinematography. There are terrible movies with really good cinematography. I think that there is value in finding objective metrics to argue in art, but I will never try to tell somebody that they're wrong for enjoying something, and that is a very selfish thing for me to do, actually, because I enjoy some things that I acknowledge are fucking terrible, so it's kind of self-defensive. Dude, I could totally get down on some Endless Space, too. Yeah, that's honestly what kind of turned me off Busy Builder that has me kind of worried about Dune. Like, I'm sure it's probably going to be great. Everybody's saying it's great, I'm sure it's probably great, but when I saw that they were like, coming soon, Dune, starring the entire collected population of Los Angeles, I'm like, oh shit. Like, ooh, that's, I don't know about that. Because so many of these huge tentpole movies are like, they dump so much money into them. Here's the thing, here's the way that it goes. When you have that many producers, when you put that much money into a movie, you reach a point where there's a threshold past which that movie is not allowed to fail. I say not allowed to fail, I mean like, I've paid X many tens of millions of dollars into this property. You're not allowed to do risky things now. You're not allowed to take risks with this movie because I've invested $50 million and so has this guy. You're going to make a good movie, and what that means is you are going to pay attention to our focus groups. You are going to put this scene in because people want this scene, and suddenly you have something that is not art. It's just... At the risk of sounding pretentious, it's just consumer dribble at that point. And that concerns me with a property like Dune. It doesn't concern me with a property like The Fast and the Furious, because that's what it is. It concerns me with a property like Dune. That you're gonna have too many cooks in the kitchen. And if there was something experimental or risky that they might have done that might have been interesting, they will not be permitted to do it. I could be wrong. But that is usually what happens. We're going to continue Doom Patrol Season 1. So actually, I was thinking about that the other day. And there are 2 watch arrangements I need to get set up for the coming months. One of which is I would very much like to do a proper watch party for Lord of the Rings extended cuts. Not all in one sitting, but over the course of 3 sittings spread over probably at least a month. and I would very, very much like to watch Doom Patrol. Season 1 and 2, if people like it, spread over the course of, again, several watch parties, probably watching maybe 4 episodes at a time, because they're about an hour long, and that would match up with our usual watch parties. Doom Patrol is a great show. Doom Patrol is a better show than it has any right to be. And it is, in my opinion, this is the proof of my argument that money tends to ruin art. There's not that much money in Doom Patrol, and it's about characters that nobody gives a fuck about. So it was like, as far as I can tell, it's a show that no one cares what happens with it. They're like, yeah, whatever, just make your fucking Doom Patrol show. You got Brendan Fraser, good for you. And as a result, the showrunners are able to do a lot of experimental and risky things with it. And they don't have to just follow the Marvel formula, and it's so good. It's so good. It is both intellectual and utterly idiotic. It is both nuanced and puerile. And ultimately, it is a show about just being human. And I love it. And I would love to share the watching experience with all of you. So yeah, I think we are going to do that. Herbert should have stopped after 3. Herbert should have stopped after 1. I was not even a fan of Children of Dune, and that may be a controversial opinion. I know a lot of people like Children of Dune. This is entirely on me. I feel like if you read the Dune books in order, what you're essentially reading is the decline of a man entering dementia. Like, the books just descend into complete incoherent nonsense. By the time you get to, like, Chapter House, it's just, what the fuck am I reading? Frank Herbert gazed deep into his own navel. And unfortunately, all he found was lint. Now, that is an opinion. I know a lot of people like those books. But, you know, that's what you're going to get on this channel, is a lot of opinion, guys. So I hope you don't mind too much. Just here for the spicy takes. Just here for the spicy takes. Tell me a movie you love, Alaric. I'll tell you why it sucks and you're wrong to love it. Is it spicy enough for you? Of course, knowing you, you'll probably pick something and I'll, like, actually like it and it'll hurt me to say bad things about it. Never wanted to write them, was badgered into it by the publishers. That makes sense. Because there was no love in them. There was no inspiration in them. They were just like, I'm writing the fucking book. When's it gonna finish? Fuck. Here, publish this, you dumb motherfuckers. That's what I got out of it. So I'm glad to hear that I wasn't the only one. It's not a movie, Alaric. You have to pick a movie, that's how this game works. So I don't disagree with you, Pez Motion, but I think that's why they mostly belong in the realm of television and not film. That's why I'm glad that the new Foundation series they're doing is a series, because I don't know how you make movies based on Asimov work. Well, that's not true. You can make movies based on Asimov works, and what you do is you strip out everything interesting about them, you take the story, you roll it up into a ball, you swallow it, and then you just kind of, you know, whatever you shit out, you hand to Will Smith, and then he performs it, and that's how you make a movie based on Asimov's work. Not a good movie, mind you, but a movie. Lay it on me, Roland. Uh-oh, Datron's got an opinion too? Well, unfortunately, this channel is for my opinions only, so, you know, keep it to yourself. I'm kidding, you can give me your opinion. God. I thought it was a good movie. Wait, what? What did I just say was a bad movie? Guys, okay, don't assume that I'm listening to what I'm saying. Are you talking about iRobot? No. Like, okay. This is another one that's for me kind of like, not Prometheus, but like Blade Runner is not as good as Blade Runner 2049 by any stretch of the imagination. But is another movie where it's like, if this movie just came out one day and it was like, it's a movie, Will Smith, it's called Robot Stories, and it was just that movie, and it didn't say anything about Isaac Asimov, I'd be like, well, this is kind of cool. It's sort of inspired by Isaac Asimov, and it's an okay action sci-fi story. Sure. But you call it iRobot, and you go, based on the works of Isaac Asimov, and you insert names like Dr. Calvin, and I'm like, fuck you. Just fuck you. This has, what the hell? But I say that because I am a big fan of Isaac Asimov. I read him quite a lot growing up. And that drivel is not something that Isaac Asimov would have approved. Tom Cruise drinking game. Drink when he runs, jumps a far distance, rides a motorcycle, drives a sporty car, or does his... yeah. Or, you know, clings to the side of an airplane, or just generally does a stunt. Pez Motion, you have a good night, man. No, Cafe TL, I absolutely did not say that Blade Runner 2049 is better than Blade Runner. Under no circumstances would I ever say that. That's insane. WJ, yeah, quite the opposite. Dr. Calvin had one of my favorite stories in iRobot with, like, she tried to find love, but she was bad at it. The story that featured her the most, as I recall, was the one with the psychic robot. They built a positronic brain that, for whatever reason, was capable of reading human thoughts. They weren't really sure how they did it or why it happened, and they were sort of trying to recreate it and analyze it. Oh, Jesus to square, that is the worst joke. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh god, that... put a bad taste in my mouth. Oh god. What the fuck was I just saying? Oh my god, okay. Yeah, okay, so the story with Dr. Calvin that I remember from iRobot was that they created a psychic robot by accident. They created a positronic brain, and for whatever reason, it was capable of reading the human mind. And then they started interviewing this robot and trying to get answers and to analyze how it was made so they could make more of them. And the designers working on it wound up asking it kind of personal questions, because you would. They started using it to try to get insight into the minds of their fellow researchers at times. Yeah, it was an accident. They don't know how they did it. As far as I know, they weren't able to produce another one for that matter. And the problem, fundamentally, without going through everything that happened in the story, was that all robots obey the 3 laws of robotics. They cannot... Oh shit, am I about to forget the 3 laws of robotics? It's like they must obey orders, they cannot... Well, the first law of robotics is they cannot harm a human being or through omission of action allow a human being to come to harm. And, oh fuck, why am I forgetting the 3 laws of robotics right now? Where's the second one? Anyway, the point is that it interacted with the first law of robotics in a really, really funny way. Which was that it could read minds. Oh, yeah, that's right. They can't destroy themselves. I'm losing my train of thought here trying to remember the laws of robotics. The first one is the one that matters for the story, because it cannot harm a human being. But here's the problem. If a robot can read your mind, it can know when it otherwise would not know that telling you something will hurt you. If you ask it a question and there is an answer that will hurt your feelings, that robot interpreted that as, well, I can't do that. So I remember specifically how it interacted with Dr. Susan Calvin was she started to get ideas from it that a man she was interested in her. And Calvin was very bookish and very mousy, and she was a scientist. She wasn't good at relationships. She didn't really know how to interact with people. And it started convincing her that this man was interested in her and telling her, like, well, I read his mind. It says he has romantic thoughts about you. Because for him to say he's not interested in you at all would hurt her. And ironically, and I think this is what led to its destruction, was them helping it to understand that lying to us also hurt us. It had the simplest interpretation of its first law and its abilities. So it told us what we wanted to hear, and it knew what we wanted to hear every single damn time, and then eventually it fried itself because it came to understand that was also a violation of the first law. Ultimately, the realization being that psychic robots can't exist, at least not as far as the 3 laws of robotics go. Sumitha, thank you so much. 6 months in advance. Holy shit, Sumitha. Ooh, oh my god, how you doing, man? And yes, each law carried the rider of, insofar as this does not interfere with the previous law. Each law did. And then it was R. Daniel Oliva who, no, I can't say that. I can't say that because Foundation is going to come out. And telling you about R. Daniel Oliva's interpretation of the laws of robotics would completely fucking ruin that story. Yeah. I've thought about that for a long time. I've told people that story a number of times as one of my favorite interpretations of the laws of robotics, and never before has it been so relevant because the series is about to come out. So I'm not going to spoil Foundation. But there's you know, orders of importance, WJ. And I believe that medical robots were capable of recognizing that causing small amounts of physical, non-threatening harm, technically like cutting tissue, is overrules the idea, because it's also through omission of action. And if their actions can save your life, then it doesn't matter if they hurt you just a little bit. That's okay. Now to reference Bender in the Simpsons crossover, why would we follow the made-up rules of some crackpot? The androids and aliens were supposed to be run by the 3 laws. Yes, in fact, Bishop mentions this in the second movie. He talks about, oh yeah, those old models always were a little bit twitchy. It is impossible for me to harm or, through omission of action, allow to be harmed a human being. And then he offers her the cornbread, which immediately invalidates that, because we all know the cornbread is fucking terrible. He was trying to kill Ripley. That was a lie. Nobody eats the fucking cornbread. Except Burke. And that's why you should know not to trust Burke in Aliens, guys. I don't know if you paid attention. He eats the cornbread. It's disgusting. That is your immediate giveaway that Paul Reiser is an asshole. I'm like, cornbread is delicious, Roland and Asri. That cornbread is not. The colonial marine ration issued rehydrated cornbread is inedible, apparently. Wayland Yutani corporate cornbread. It works great if you're short of sandbags to square. Just great. It's kind of like how they used to joke about hardtack. You know, you ever run out of cannonballs, you can just load in the hardtack. Yeah, there you go, Datron. Is it terrible that Aliens has ruined Paul Reiser for me? Even if I ever see him in public, I'll be asking him why. Now, that was the one thing that I really kind of liked about Stranger Things Season 2, and that's a good forced compliment for me because I don't like Stranger Things Season 2, but I liked their subversion of Paul Reiser's character from Aliens. They set him up so you'd be like, oh, it's Paul Reiser, oh, it's Burke, nobody trusts Burke, he's the bad guy, and then they make him like a total bro. They make him a good guy. He makes a sacrifice for the greater good. And you're like, all right, Paul Reiser, okay. I'll try to hate you less as a human being. Bill Paxton's the only actor to be killed by a Terminator, Alien, and Predator. If we accept Predator 2, this is technically accurate. Ah, man. Would you guys do me a favor? Would you find folk in chat, do me a favor, and just, if you have a glass, if you have a drink, raise it for a moment, and just give me an F in chat for Bill Paxton. We lost him far too soon. He had more to give us, but what he gave us was amazing. To you, Bill. Here's to you, Hudson. I'm just gonna finish this one off. I need another one anyway. Now here's one for you. How many of you remember Bill Paxton in The Dark Backward? Because that's maybe one of my favorite performances of his. Is Bill Paxton covered in like dirt and grease, playing an accordion with a bunch of like really lusty fat chicks, also covered in grease, and just laughing like a maniac. Oh, that movie was weird. It was very, very strange. Apparently Hudson was involuntarily enlisted rather than go to jail for hacking a corporate network. Yeah, you always get that impression, Roland. In fact, you get that impression from the whole movie that the Marines, the colonial Marines, they're almost more like mercenaries than soldiers. And that makes a lot of sense for Hudson. How do I get out of this chicken shit outfit? And we thought for sure would have the words "Game Over, Man" on his tombstone. God knows what he actually has. Lance Henriksen was killed by a Terminator, Alien, and Predator, but Busy Builder, like, look, we accept that Bill Paxton was killed by all three if we accept Predator 2, which I don't like doing because I don't like Predator 2. You have to ask me to accept Aliens versus Predator to get Lance Henriksen in there. And, that might be a bridge too far. That might be a little bit much for me. Because that movie's terrible. It's really bad. It technically happens. See, Alaric is just he just likes the troll. You can just ignore Alaric, that's fine. Oh, yikes. To Ida? That sucks, sewer creature. Really like Bill Paxton in Edge of Tomorrow. I fucking love Bill Paxton in Edge of Tomorrow. If you look at Bill Paxton in Edge of Tomorrow as a third-person narrator to the story rather than a character in it, it's perfect. I love every line that he has. Every fucking line he has in that movie is pure gold, all the way down to his whole, and what is my definitive view on gambling? Like, through discipline and hard work, we become the masters of our fate. And he turns around and says, now you might find that concept ironic, but I promise you'll come around. And then the movie starts. And you're like, this is the story. Through discipline and hard work, we become the masters of our fate. Bill Paxton, like, he's the external godlike character guiding us through the film. And I love him in that movie. But Edge of Tomorrow is a really good movie. Force compliment for Aliens vs. Predator Requiem. That one's easy, Drakari. Give me a hard one. AVP Requiem is rated R. AVP isn't. It shows. Admittedly, Aliens vs. Predator Requiem used that R rating to show a Predalien using its tongue to shove eggs down the throat of a pregnant woman where they consumed her fetus and birthed themselves from her womb. And no, Alaric, that's the right response. That's the word, right? That's a big yikes. That's how biology works. That's just science. That's just science, folks. I remember this video in health class. Nature is beautiful. It was really gross and weird and uncomfortable. It's one of those where it's like I'm into the gross sexual stuff in Alien for the most part. I'm not, like, into it, but I'm like, I see what purpose this has. But that one was, like, just straight up, this is a weird... Like, the director's beaten off, isn't he? Like, he's working the camera with one hand, isn't he? Like, this isn't... I'm not comfortable with this. Fetishes are fine, guys, but the one thing that isn't fine is forcing other people to participate in yours, and that's the feeling I got from that scene. I'm like, oh, this is a sexual thing, and not just like a ooh, freak you out sexual thing. Not an H.R. Giger sexual thing, because I don't think Giger was beaten off. I think Giger was fucked in his head. Is Giger dead? I just realized I don't know. He died a while ago, didn't he? H.R. Giger? Pretty sure he did. If not, he's old as fucking dirt. But like, I look at Giger's art and I think he's not. Thank you, WJ. I thought so. I want to be sure. There's so many celebrity deaths, and there are people out there. I've had this happen a few times where I'm like, oh, and such died. And I'm like, he's not dead. He's like 106. I'm like, oh shit. Okay, my bad. But Giger was just twisted. And that was his artistic interpretation of life. He had psychosexual issues about biology that, through his artistic interpretation, kind of helped us to become less comfortable with our own bodies. That's kind of how I view his work. It's like, he's like, yeah, dude, but isn't birth, like, violent and invasive and terrible? And I'm like, I never thought about it that way, but now that you put it this way, yes, you're absolutely right. It's kind of upsetting. Fucking hell, Giger, you son of a bitch. Painted his dreams and nightmares. Oh, did he ever. Yeah, exactly, sewer creature. Giger was probably connected to an eldritch god. The AVP Requiem director was slapping steak behind the camera. He was just... It's like, yeah, now have it stick its throat dick down in your mouth. Like, it had to be a very uncomfortable day on that set. And this is from a series that's already really upsetting and sexual. This is a weird conversation. What you got? What you got for me, Roland? What if Weyland-Yutani embedded a T-800 infiltrator into every ship's crew as a form of anti-xenomorph defense? Now, an alien would not attack a T-800 unless it was attacked by it, but it would be attacking it, so they would attack it fairly quickly. I don't think that a T-800 would do all that well. Against one alien, okay. A couple of drones, maybe. But as soon as you've got a hive and it's birthing warriors, I don't think a T-800 would last very long. Because, like, even Ash and Bishop were physically stronger and more capable, and they didn't... well, maybe not Ash. Ash got his head bashed off by Yaphet Kotto. Didn't he? That was Yaphet Kotto that knocked his head off, I'm pretty sure. There was an EVP v Terminator comic. I believe it. There was also a Terminator versus RoboCop comic, and video game for that matter. I had that one on Super Nintendo. I need to grab a beer. I'm going to take a quick bio break. We'll be right back, and we're going to continue working on this terrain. Go ahead and let everything that I just said about H.R. Giger just kind of settle into your psyche a little bit there. In fact, go ahead and look up some of his other artwork that isn't related to Alien. Also, if you really want to go on a deep dive, look up Dan O'Bannon's original Star Beast concept, because there's a lot of fun stuff that they didn't use in Alien. God damn, I love that series and hate Prometheus. I will be right back, folks. Oh, System Shock, Rio. Oh my god, you had to go and see that. I love System Shock. I love System Shock 2. I think Shodan is one of my favorite villains ever. This is a whole other conversation, though. I will be back in just a couple minutes, folks. Ayo. How we doing? This reminds me of like some of the shit that Eddie Murphy did on his album. My girl likes to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. No? Nobody? Okay. That's fine. Put my microphone where I'm not gonna bump my damn arm into it. Pause this process and go back to dry brushing after this building just so I can make sure that I'm not doing something dumb here. Each of these buildings needs one more round, but the idea is to do the windows and then dry brush over them to outline them. I just want to make sure it's going to work, so I could always do the windows last. About the only hand detailing I really plan to do on this, outside of I might throw in a couple extra colors on some of the slum panels. We'll see. Again, we're really trying not to complicate this too much. Also wanted to give my dry brushes a chance to rest. And by rest, I mean dry. Which is a good thing to have in a brush that's meant to be dry, like a dry brush. Yes. Oh no, I smudged green right on the edge of this thing. Oh well. It don't matter. None of this matters. What's up, NetJam? How you doing? Some white paint, and I'm gonna mingle in just the teeniest amount of black. Really? Ooh, that's almost solidified. Let's get some from inside. Just a wee little bit to gray it somewhat. Not a lot. Let's not overdo it. Damn near pure white is fine. It's actually a little too gray. Surprisingly. Almost a little too much. Extra dab of white. That's why I love using this US art supply. It's just like, put some more in there. Who gives a crap? Buy about a truckload. It does a fine job when it comes to just dry brushing terrain so you can move the hell on with your day. Definitely don't use your nice expensive paints on this. The paints that you buy from Reaper, from Vallejo, from whomever are all way too expensive for jobs like this, guys. Loading up our smaller dry brush this time. Unless you're painting an objective or something. Yeah, like, you know, you weigh everything. If you're painting something that's going to be like a centerpiece building, you know, you can go ahead and spend some money on that if you're comfortable with it. Honestly, I might just go straight to white. Like, this is too subtle. Why am I being so subtle when we're mass painting buildings? Let's just dry brush on some white. What's the worst that can happen, right? Right? Am I right? Let's do it. It's going to be over gray anyway. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. See? It's fine. We're just going for gray on these ones. I'll have to use a slightly different color for the others. I'm kind of going side to side on some of these because I want to pick up the little details inside the slums. use kind of a diagonal stroke. That works pretty well. Yeah, white's the answer. Just pure white. I mean, you know, that's... If you want to use expensive paint, just know that you're doing it. If you're mass painting things, though, I think that it's probably a waste of money. Paint faster, or as I've been saying all night, Dr. Rhino, think less, paint more. Of course, that's not a problem for you, is it?
I'd buy that for $1.
Because you paint so much, not because you don't think. Come on. Too busy painting whole armies and killing aliens. Yeah, this guy's out of his mind. Out of his mind. Those punk sisters are so damn cool. So damn cool. Have we gotten a shout out for Dr. Rhino? I assume we probably have by now. If it's too streaky, it's big pigeon poop. we got big pigeons. We got big pigeons in Trinity City. Just big pigeon poops. Big old bird poops. Never going to finish a lot of the paints I have, so do use Vallejo, etc. for dry brushing. Nanotanks, you can always forward them to the Thunderhead, home for wayward paints. Though we've not found as many takers for that as I had hoped. I think maybe we just need more followers to spread awareness of it or something. But we do have a little program that we started this year. We've sent out 2 sets to people who have been very appreciative of it, but with the intent of getting people started on their painting journey, we've kind of started trying to gather up all those extra paint pots that people aren't going to use, that are just going to wind up getting thrown out, and assemble them into painting kits for new painters. And honestly, guys, if you know somebody who'd be interested in this, somebody who could benefit from it, if you're in chat right now and you think, wow, you know, I don't really know what brand is what, and it would be really helpful to me to get, you know, kind of like a sample pack and maybe some brushes, just something to get started so I don't have to answer all these questions right away, you know, let me know. We've got a channel called the Home for Wayward Paints on the Discord. Go ahead and let me know if you're interested in getting one of these kits, because we've got a couple to send out still, and I am always accepting donations if you have, because, you know, anybody who paints, you know how it is. You're going to wind up with some paints that you know you're never going to use them. You know you're never going to use them. And if you would like to donate to that program, you're more than welcome to. Find us who and where to mail spare paint to. Colonel Matthew Steiner, hit me up on Discord. Let me know what you want to send, and I will hook you up with an address. All right, so that was just a quick dry brush of white. You can see it's a subtle difference, but by the time you do 2 layers of dry brushing, that gray and that white, like, this is good enough to put on a board, honestly. I'm going to do a little bit more work with the base, and honestly, like, I might do tiny little more details on the windows, but, like, at this point, I'm kind of done. I'm kind of done with this building. I could throw in a couple splashes of color if I felt like it, but from 5 feet away, this is just fine. You can spend more time on them if you're only doing a few, or if you really want them to look nice, but I don't care. I just want them off my fucking desk. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, that might be a little bit rough. If you're down in Australia or in one of those crazy countries where postage is just madness, there might not be much we can do for you, unfortunately. I was trying to get somebody, I put up in the Maelstrom's Edge group on Facebook just today, like, hey, I really need some Empyrean contractor heads in case somebody has some lying around, and the only person who's responded is like, well, I'm in Australia, though, and I'm like, I might as well just buy new models by the time we pay for shipping. Which paint brand am I using this evening? Skull Leader, I am using... Now, these can be hard to get. They're really, really like top-notch stuff that can be a little bit expensive, but I promise you the quality is worth it. These are U.S. Art Supply. Did you see what I did there? I set it up like it was gonna be expensive paint, and this is like the cheapest shit. This is maybe equivalent to Apple Barrel. Like, it's I'm funny. I impress myself sometimes with my humor. Aren't I funny? Aren't I funny, chat? Aren't I clever and funny? Tell me I'm good. Tell me I'm funny. He's like bottom barrel at Michael. Yeah, no, this is the cheapest shit you can find. The US is literally some of the cheapest acrylic paint I could find that wasn't unusable. US Art Supply, made in China. Is it? Does it say that on there? It says designed in the USA, made in PRC. Yeah, oh shit. Designed in the USA, made in the PRC. Whoops. Designed. Yeah, they designed this paint. Oh, you were kidding, and yet you were spot on. You know, to those who say you can't dry brush 3D printed things because of the layer lines, I mean, you definitely fucking can. If you do more prep work than I did, you absolutely can. It's probably not going to look amazing, but there are so many things to factor in. You say you can't dry brush things. You can, like, honestly, the layer lines on this aren't even my major problem. It's the fact that I'm being lazy as shit. Use a little filler primer. Put a good thick coat over it, particularly if you, and a lot of people don't do this, if you design these pieces to have good chunky bits that are easy to dry brush, that are easy to just prime right over top of, that aren't super duper fine, something that can survive like a solid spray of primer, something that's still going to show through that. I think designers just need to make simpler shit. There's this rush, this artistic rush right now to make all the most complex models that we can for 3D printing, and I'm like, man, take it back to basics. Play to the strengths of the printer and make things simple. Gaming terrain doesn't have to be super complex, and that seems to be the direction it's going right now. Everybody's making everything like, oh, yeah, you can buy my terrain, but, you know, you better have the nicest resin printer on the market. I'm like, oh, man. It's just terrain. But like I said, we all paint things for different reasons. Some of us want works of art, some of us just want game pieces. There is no wrong answer, but if you're looking for game pieces, keep it simple. Play to the strengths of the machine. I say that, I realize these don't look like fucking amazing or anything like that, but they work. That's what matters. And they're cheap, and they're easy. That has a quality all its own, does it not? You seal them after you're done painting, like a matte finish? Usually, yeah, I'll give them a matte clear coat after I'm done. Not always. Sometimes I'm too lazy to even do that much. It's all benchy. Always has been. Why not complex and chunky? Yeah, no fooling metalcore, man. There are not enough designers in this world who do good work and also play to the strengths of the printing technology itself. There are a lot of Patreons out there, and I'm not targeting any one Patreon here. There are some very, very high qualities out there. High quality Patreons, high quality model makers. But there are a lot of Patreons out there who are just like, I'm a digital artist, people are doing 3D printing, let's make stuff. So they make the most complex, detailed, amazing models and go, here, good luck, motherfucker. That's the trap I fell into when I started 3D printing, and I hated it. I got in on a Kickstarter, and it was someone it was one of those good luck motherfucker Kickstarters. Everything looked amazing in renders, but oh my god, good luck trying to print it. And I'm not saying, you know, any one printer is bad. I'm just saying know what you're doing before you buy something and keep an eye out for people who maybe are really good digital artists but not great at 3D printing. Unless, of course, you look at my work and you go, wow, this guy sucks ass, in which case, please ignore all my advice. Because that's also possible. It's possible that I'm terrible and I don't know it. I don't know. Gotta remove some little webs of filament that got stuck in here. Let's just go right over this green and pretend like I didn't smudge it. Look at that. It mostly disappears. Now it looks like, I don't know, algae or something. Good enough. See what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to pull out these little extra details. Run into a couple models with those great details where they didn't have the depth to print visibly. Yeah, that's another one. And this is something I always comment on when I see MCC's or Ion Raptor's work is good 3D printing models don't always make good renders. Sometimes they look a little weird. Sometimes you look at them and you go, why is everything so chunky and big? And ugh? It's because when it translates to physical reality through the medium of a 3D printer, that's what's gonna look good. Particularly when we're talking about small scale stuff. People making big statues and shit like that. I mean, yeah, a good file is gonna look good in a render because you can have lots and lots of nuanced detail on it. But this stuff, you don't want that. It's not gonna do you any good. It's definitely a problem in some newer Battletech designers who are designing mechs and stuff. You see their renders and you're like, wow, look at all the detail, it looks amazing, look how complex it is, and you print it and you're like, I can't see anything. It's just like a smooth surface where there should be panel lines, because their panel lines are like, you know, 0.2 millimeters deep and wide, and it's like, most printers aren't going to be able to do that. You'll see good prints from people who are like, well, yes, I got the latest 4K screen that has been carefully calibrated to do it at this level and supported with the, and, you know, yeah, if you're an expert, you can print anything. Sure. Most people aren't. I make consumer models. If you make your work to be printable by the lowest common denominator, you're never going to have that problem. By that I mean quality of printer, not human being. Basically, I just spent the last 5 minutes blowing myself and how amazing I am. But it's my stream. If I'm not allowed to do that every now and then, what has the world come to? Thank you. Thank you, everyone who's in chat, for tolerating my occasional self-aggrandizing rants.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Don't do it. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Xander Shade. Like, his stuff is amazing because it prints beautifully. If you look at a teeny tiny little 6mm infantryman that's gonna print well, you're gonna go, well, it has no detail on it. Yeah, because you won't be able to fucking see it when you print it, man. There's no point in doing that. That's one of my only real complaints about some of the files that were done for Revelations. Those files are mostly amazing, but they got lost in the details on the infantry, and it's like, you look at the render and it looks amazing. You print it and you're like, I can't see anything. It's just a vaguely human shape. Had the Mars 2 Pro for a while now, and there's very little I've not been able to print well for 28mm. Yeah, it's definitely easier on larger scales. It's definitely a lot easier on larger scales. Those of us who are trapped in the land of 6mm, you know, by our own will, have to have a bit of a more opened mind and trained eye. Almost done with your first test print? Fuck yeah, Skull Leader. What are you printing? Is that a gun or a stick? That size? Same difference. Yeah, you gotta know how to suggest detail without actually creating it sometimes. A lot of 6mm scale modeling and even painting is suggestion, but this is also true of 28mm. A lot of painting well at 28mm is suggestion. Knowing how to paint something in such a way that the viewer's mind fills in detail that isn't necessarily there. Heavy shadows and contrast are really good for this, because you can just not paint parts of a mini, and if you shadowed everything around it well, the viewer's mind will fill things in. Painting is largely illusion. I mean, it is illusion. Think about how 2D art works. It's not really there, it's just telling your brain that it is, and your brain fills in a lot of what isn't there. But knowing how to do that, that's the trick. That's where the skill comes in. Or you can just flail your brush at something like I'm doing. You can do that too, that's fine. Ah, the tester. Oh, okay, nice. The support dimpling doesn't completely detract from nice busts and the like. It is. It is, Alaric Kerensky. You've got to be kind of smart about it. You got to put your supports in intelligent places. It takes skill. At this point, it takes skill to print complex things on a resin printer. It does. Not necessarily a whole lot of it, but some. You can't be completely unpracticed for the most part. But I think what he's probably saying is, can't wait to get to a point where I can not know anything and just go, print it and have it look good. And that's coming. That'll be here one day. I'm gonna not do, like, I got doors down here, but I'm gonna not do what I just did because that doesn't look good on the other ones. Boom. One set pretty much painted. You know what? Good enough. And again, I think that it is not just printer technology. Like I was just saying, a lot of it is designers need to make files to be 3D printed. People who make busts need to consider the angle at which their bust is going to print the best. They need to work the mechanics of that into the file itself. I do a lot of that with these. This is something that's difficult to communicate, honestly, without giving these prints to someone. Like, I actually do quite a lot of work. Whether you think I do it well or not is up for interpretation. But I do quite a lot of work on these files to make damn sure that all the details will print well at standard orientation. And it's not obvious. It's difficult to even point to. Many of these, though, like these little marks in the concrete, you won't find any overhangs on my models that don't have at least a 30-degree slope to them, because that is the angle at which FDM printers at roughly 0.2 and smaller are able to print cleanly. So if ever you see an overhang on anything that I do, it's going to have a 30-degree angle to it. That's why these, like all these overhangs work. That's why the Borealis works. I think that is my crowning fucking achievement so far. It's definitely the piece I'm the most proud of. That you can print that entire dropship completely supportless. I'm immensely proud of that piece. Hey, Just On TSB, how you doing today, man? Can we get a shout out for Just On TSB? As far as I know, you've only streamed twice, right? I didn't catch your test stream, but I caught your first stream. Good painter. Got some growing to do as a streamer, but definitely a channel worth checking out. How you doing today, man? Thank you so much for getting that shout out there, Data Nerd. I personally hate pre-supported. That's why I go for a supportless. But it depends on what we're talking about, Alaric Kerensky. For resin prints, if you buy my resin stuff, you're going to find that I have a pre-supported file, and then I always have the raw file, because, yeah, I recognize that some people just want to do... You want to do your own work, I get that. So you can use my pre-supports, or if you don't wanna, just do your own thing. That's fine too. 2 down, and a lifetime to go. How do you like it, I'm sorry. Is your name Justin? I didn't catch your actual name. I see Justin, and I want to be like, oh, it's Justin, but I don't know if that's true. What would you prefer to be called? That's a better. I shouldn't ask your name. That's rude. You don't ask streamers what their real name is. That's crazy. What would you like to be called? How about that? Because I read it and I'm like, Justin. Justin! Sounds like a fucking He-Man villain. I am Justin. Justin, alright, that's cool, that's cool. How do you like it? How are you enjoying streaming so far, man? Oh, missed this side. Like if they actually take the time to pre-support them properly, especially when you know you're paying for it. Yeah, that's my logic on it too, Heretic Scott. Is, well, and that's the thing, Alaric. I also, like, my pre-supports, I don't release files that I haven't printed cleanly. And I go through a number of iterations of supporting and testing and moving. And then when I get the one that's like, that's the one, that looks really fucking good, that's the pre-support that I put into the file along with the raw file. Still nervous, but it's fun. That'll go away pretty quick. I'll tell you, you want to know the secret, Justin? The secret to streaming? Just do it a bunch. just hit start and keep on doing it, and before you know it, you won't even be thinking about it. You'll just be slapping down paint and having a good old time. The trick is, do you enjoy it? If you don't enjoy it, don't keep doing it, because it probably won't get any better. But if you have fun, that's the right reason to keep going. And you know, if you have fun, it'll come through on your stream. I think people respond to that. I always have a good time. Now let's do these tanks, since I'm doing white. Oh yeah, and I was gonna recommend that last time I was on your stream, by the way, Justin. Check out Pretzel. There are many ways to do music on Twitch. If you want to start with just one of the easiest ones, there's an app called Pretzel that has a bunch of royalty-free stuff that's definitely approved for use on Twitch. That's what I use for my music right now. I'm working on moving away from it, but I've been using it for the better part of a year and a half. So you can get a lot of use out of that before you're going to need to switch to anything else. You can select a channel. I think I have Synthwave selected, and it'll just play instrumental music that you won't get dings for copyright. Hit play, flail about, get big follows, kick bots. Don't kick those bots. Those bots are great. Dude, they'll let you buy followers and then you can be famous. That's what they tell you. Who doesn't want to be famous? No, I'm kidding. Just in case anyone thinks I'm not kidding. Please, yeah, do kick those bots. Never ever click on those links. Also, if you get followed, and this is something that I didn't have to deal with when I started, just on, but if you get followed by anyone that's like Haas312, fucking ban them immediately, because those are bots that have to do with IP loggers. Do not click on their profile. Do not go to their profile. That is an attempt to phish your IP address. It is a problem that Twitch is having right now. Everyone should be aware of it. Do not click on those profiles. Hey, Romeo Void, good to see you, man. How you doing today? And see, this is why I love dry brushing. Like, this is not a great looking piece of painted terrain right here, but you know what it is? It's fucking fantastic considering I haven't thought about what I'm doing one single solitary time, and now I'm gonna do a bunch more of them. Well, as many as I can in the next 12 minutes anyway. Then we got a storm report to get to, don't we? Because I'm really just like, I turn my brain off when I'm doing this. And truthfully, yeah, my mods probably have better advice when it comes to banning bots than I do, because I was very, very lucky when I started streaming in that I got some people to volunteer to be mods who are fucking amazing, and they do all the work for the stream, and I just get to be, you know, a pretty face. It's pretty awesome, really. So what I'm saying is, find yourself someone dumb and cool enough. That's what I was saying. To to mod for you. Oh my god! Please don't quit, you guys. I love you all.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Sorry. I'm terribly, terribly sorry.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Yeah.
Warning. Fingertips covered in super glue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
They're not. It's true. Streaky on this one, but oh well. This is one of the ones that, yeah, like, this is a misprint. I don't even have a magnet hole in this one, so I cannot give a shit about the quality of the paint job on it. And another one. This is why I like using makeup brushes. They're soft enough. You can do what I'm doing here, where I'm just shoving it. I'm just shoving it and going like this. You can get kind of a nice little fade down there, even in a crevice. It's the soft bristles on the brush that really do it. They do the same thing on human skin. The soft bristles make it possible to pick up the texture of your skin and the contours of your skull. It's just, it works the same on a model. Ignore the horrific print lines on this particular one. I was definitely having under extrusion issues when I printed this one. And for those of you who are familiar with the industrial fluid work set, I'm gonna have to do some of my pipes to go with it, but click. Magnetic pipelines for all your fluid working needs. Yeah, you know, and that's a good way to look at it. Justin, I mean, like, your name is Justin. I'm gonna call you Justin, apparently. Just take it one stream at a time, man. Don't get ahead of yourself, but also some advice, some unsolicited advice for streaming that I could give. This is something that helped me very early on. Well, some advice that Studio J7 gave me. First of all, don't let this become your life. It's easy to get lost in all this. Don't do that. But the other side of that coin, if you want people to take you seriously, you have to be willing to take yourself seriously first. So, you know, balance those two things. Don't sell yourself short, but don't get lost in it either. born with it. Maybe it's U.S. Art Supply. It is. It's U.S. Art Supply. Any chance you could share your printer settings? Oh man, Gaelic Wolf, that depends on what I'm printing at any given time. What settings do you need, Gaelic Wolf? Like, what issue are you having is probably a better question. What are you struggling with? That would give me a better idea of what to provide. I love the non-instrumental version of this song. I really like Fury Weekend. Heretic Scott, you've got a great fucking stream and a lot of talent, dude, so I am looking forward to you getting back into it. Oh, you mean just for like this? I mean, you know, you say that as I'm like, look at this under-extruded pipe that looks like shit. I would say important settings are... Ironing is definitely important. The speed at which you print is definitely important. It's not the kind of thing where just sharing the actual printer profile would be all that helpful. I can tell you, Gaelic Wolf, that as far as if you just want a plug-and-play profile to use, Steel Warrior Studios has one that's available on the website that you can download for Hextech that is really good as a starting point. I tweak my settings every single print that I do. I'll make little changes, and the best answer for that is just keep tweaking and keep printing and keep messing with stuff, and eventually it'll just be second nature. I'm not a good teacher. I realize that. That's one of the reasons I don't do, like, tutorials, is I'm not a good teacher, because half the time my advice to teach somebody is, I don't know, just fuck with it until it looks right. Like, it's not very helpful. But yeah, Steel Warrior Studios has done a really, really great plug-and-play profile that it works really well for most printers, specifically for this terrain. I definitely recommend printing it with a layer height between 0.12 and 0.2. I recommend a speed of around 50 millimeters per second. I recommend retraction, depending on your machine, of probably about 5 millimeters. I definitely recommend that you tune your ironing settings, because that helps you get these nice smooth tops. What else? I mean, that's the gist of it. I make these things so you should never need supports. So if you have supports turned on, turn them off. Here, just a quick comparison. Sloppy dry brush takes you from here to here. This is an amazing technique, guys. Particularly for doing terrain. Real simple. Doesn't have to be complicated. Oh, we got a couple minutes till the storm report. I'm going to do a little bit more. How you doing today, Sheza? We get a shout out for Sheza Gaming. Pretty, please. Dry brush almost all the things. It's true. Your bases have supports, though. Wait, which ones, Baron? Are you talking about the resin ones? Resin stuff does have supports, yes. Which of my FDM bases have supports? I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just like, I'm wondering, like, what did I miss? If it's resin, it's always going to have supports. When I say supportless, I mean FDM, every single time. And, you know, I keep telling people that, Heretic Scott. Dry brushing is the best way that I can put it, the best way I can explain it. Dry brushing has an incredibly low skill floor and an incredibly high skill ceiling. Yes, okay, Baron. I thought maybe that's what you meant. Yeah, resin is always going to have supports because I do not recommend ever printing directly on the plate. Like, are there times when it can work for you? Yes. It's one of those things like William Shakespeare, though. This is a terrible comparison, but it's kind of like William Shakespeare, where before you can break the rules, you have to know all the rules. I don't recommend starting that way. Before you're going to know when it's right to print directly on the plate, you're going to have to do a lot of printing and learn a lot about the process. And then you can make that call. That's my opinion, anyway. All my FDM stuff is supportless, though. And yeah, so what I mean is, it has a very, very low skill floor, which is to say, this is fucking easy what I'm doing. Like, this doesn't take a lot of work to figure out. You can watch what I'm doing and pick up how it works. But it has a very, very high skill ceiling, which is to say, if you keep at it and you learn how to do it strategically and cleverly, you can accomplish a lot with it. It is an incredibly rich skill to pick up that will benefit you well into your painting career. It's something that I recommend everybody practice. Is it possible that you will not like it, that you will move past it, that you will prefer to dig into things like wet blending because you find it yields a better product and you find it more enriching? Absolutely, and in that case, leave it behind. But maybe, and if you're like me and you just kind of like, I just want to paint something that's like as a toy, I just want to play with it, you can dwell here for a good long time. And you can actually get some really excellent results out of it. I've seen models that people have entirely dry brushed that look fucking incredible. Oh, Vergaderung's back at work. We're all screwed now. I don't know how, but presumably we are. One of the lost basics of painting. I honestly agree, Busy Builder. Like, and this is something that, you know, this is like a microcosm of my year. For those of you who've been watching me paint, one of the reasons I'm kind of getting back to my basics right now, because this year for me has been a year of incredible growth in more ways than one. I've developed a lot of skills. I've pushed myself into a lot of new things. I've started oil painting. I've started doing a lot more complex blending, non-metallic metals. Like, I've pushed myself to try new things. But as a result, the amount of painting that I've done has dropped off sharply. Like, the amount of projects that I've finished. Because I'm always trying something new that I'm not familiar with, and I'm not satisfied with my results a lot of the time, and I'm dialing it back right now to my personal basics, to simple painting techniques, and in remembering why I'm doing this. I've definitely fallen into a bit of a trap as a content creator, with big air quotes around it, because I don't see myself as that very much. You know, like when you start doing that in particular, you start comparing yourself to all the other guys out there who are painting stuff, and you start looking at the super high quality painters, the Instagram stars, the guys getting all the likes on Facebook, the guys doing the complex wet blending and the this and the that, and you know, that's not smart. That's not a good way to go about it. So I'm taking a step back. I'm re-examining what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm continuing to push myself into new techniques here and there on individual projects, but damn it, the basics are the basics for a reason. And reminding myself that I'd rather have more painted models than fewer models that look fucking incredible. And if I just keep working at it like this, eventually those two things will be one and the same. And I think that's really the trick. If you keep working, if you keep practicing until the advanced techniques become kind of by rote, eventually those two, there's a crossover. They became one and the same. Easy painting becomes good painting. But that takes practice. So we're going to keep practicing. We're going to take it one step at a time. We're going to put in the work. And we're going to see where it takes us, folks. That's my plan. I don't know about yours, but that's mine. Exactly, Crossbow Roof. Use others as inspiration, not competition. The only person you should be trying to do better than is yourself from yesterday. Even then, that's arguable. "19 is best number. We are best team." Riot Sister, I cannot deny that. 19 months 19 months, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me try that. Cobra assault cannon, state of the art.
That's
Bang bang.
Woohoo! I fucked that up.
I like it.
Oh, I like it. Well, that's just gonna become a happy little smudge. That's all that is. Whoops. I dipped my brush into the paint, I got distracted pushing the button, and I forgot to wipe the paint off for the dry brushing purposes. There's no wizardry in miniature painting, and nobody should go around saying otherwise. See, NMM cheats is... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, what do people think that skill is? You learn the cheats, you learn the techniques, and here's the thing, none of them are better than any other one. Like, I think that non-metallic metal is cool, and it's something that I continue to try to learn and do better at, but it's not strictly better than true metallic metal. It might... Like, non-metallic metal is actually kind of limiting. It can look amazing from, like, 2 or 3 angles. But if you're painting things to be looked at on the tabletop from multiple directions, non-metallic metal can look fucking terrible. That's the thing, you have to bear in mind when you're seeing photos that people take of the models that they've done in non-metallic metal. It's from that golden angle, and it looks amazing. But if you, like, tilt it 30 degrees, it might look like complete shit. So, you know, use all the tools. Use all the tools. Try everything, because what works for you might not work for someone else, and what works for someone else might not work for you. Yeah, that's right. Put all the tools in your toolbox so you can pull out the right one at the right moment for you. That's called growth as an artist. To Square and Datron Voltari dropping those subs. Holy shit, to Square and I having a nice stream, baby. I don't know what we're gonna name it. That's one of the creepiest and most uncomfortable traditions on all of Twitch. And yet apparently we're going to indulge in it anyway. Thank you so much for that resub. Also from Datron Voltari, hitting 16. Waiting since the start of the stream to resub. It was blocked by fucking Grubhub. Fuck Grubhub. Fuck you, Grubhub, you son of a bitch. I have no problem with Grubhub. Except that it apparently stopped me from getting a resub for a few hours, and that is unacceptable. Really, though, thank you guys so much for your support. It means the world, but not as much as you guys being in chat, being active members of the community. I love seeing you around. And thank you for saying so, Justin. Yeah, I'm glad people like these buildings. I've worked hard on them. And, you know, I ultimately do it for myself, for the most selfish of all possible reasons. But I like it when people enjoy my work. I try to keep it accessible, easy to print, easy to paint, all the essentials. We're a little bit late for the storm report, I know. I just want to finish off these smokestacks with this dry brush. And then we're going to roll right on into it. No, not that. No. 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 Not hands. I don't love that. Gonna dial in my printer tomorrow and then print too many buildings. Is there such a thing, though? I question if that's even possible. I wish you luck in finding out. What buildings are you gonna be printing? D. Wickham? I know that people really responded to our buy one, get one sale on Steel Warrior for the STL, so I'm hoping that we're gonna see some more Hextech popping up on printers. A lot of people are getting into Battletech right now, and I feel like I hope that they find my products useful because they're easy to print, easy to paint, easy to use. This is the guiding philosophy. You can't. you can't abuse the sale. That's not even remotely possible. Romeo Void, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh shit, does that set off a hype train? Oh my god. I guess that happened a couple minutes ago. I wasn't even paying attention. Woo! Hype train. Holy shit, you guys. Thank you so much. That completes level 1. You guys are amazing. I am I am astonished almost every stream at how fucking fantastic this community is. Oh, we're about to roll into it, Mafik, don't you worry. Alright, so this still needs a little bit more, but we've gotten a lot of good work done tonight. Let's do a quick review while I clean up. Oh, I shouldn't have thrown that away. I need that. Shouldn't have thrown that away. Justin, dropping that Prime sub. Justin, thank you so much for the consideration, my friend. Thank you for the sub. You'll be able to get subs in no time, and you will know the immense validation that comes from an internet stranger going, here, man, have a couple dollars. It sounds sarcastic, but I'm being serious. No, really, thank you so much. Your subs, guys. I really, like... I take subs, the monthly payout from Twitch for subscriptions, they get fed right back into the stream. They're what paid for the giveaway dice, they pay for upgrades to equipment, they pay for new paints, sometimes new models, anything that I can use to improve the stream, that's where the money comes from. So thank you guys so much. For supporting this, for making it possible for me to continue to do more and more. For instance, the subs from this month are going to get rolled right down into that donation. I'm pointing at it. There it is. It's right there. For our donation goal, like, that's going to get bumped up a huge amount when this month's rolls in. And that's going to make it possible for us to do some gaming streams, which I'm really excited about. I hope you guys are too. Wickham, thank you so much, dude, for the Prime sub. Oh my god, you guys. Make a grown man blush. I'm gonna get my paints out of the fucking way here, so I'm gonna go jamming my elbow into them. And we will do a quick review of the buildings we got furthest on. There are a handful over here that we only got one round of dry brushing on. That's just fine, because we're also gonna be we're gonna be continuing this probably on Tuesday. But I mean, we got all these slum buildings dry brushed up to this point, which, as far as I'm concerned, is good enough to play with, which is exactly what we were shooting for. I'm pretty happy with these. I'll probably wind up doing a couple more little hand details on them during a session late at night, or maybe a bit on Tuesday. I might want to throw in a couple splashes of red or yellow, or maybe touch up the windows. We'll see. Again, I'm just trying to get this. It's just been sitting on my shelf as bare plastic for so long. Slums need graffiti. You're gonna make me do freehand crossbow roof, you maniac. Honestly, that could be fun though. We could do a painting sesh where I just take a couple of these and kind of scrawl some graffiti on them. I'm not at all opposed to that. Pixel Gent gifting a sub. Holy crap, you guys tonight are out of your minds. Pixel Gent, thank you so much. What? No windows? We got windows. There's windows here. I'm gonna do some little details on those guys. Not too much. Just enough. Just enough to be interesting. Save it for a trailer park. I really do like that idea, and I've been kind of kicking that one around. Let's just pitch this to you guys. What do you think of for... Oh my god, Pixel Gent, really, thank you so much for that. Heading out to the God of Myth. We haven't seen God of Myth in a while. I wonder how he's doing. Trailer parks. I was thinking about that, not as a building, because this is one of the limitations of Hextech in my design space, is everything is the same height because I make them to standard levels. So I don't make anything that's shorter than this here. This is level 1, right? And you can see that also in, say, for instance, the pipes. The pipes are level 1, so they have exactly the same height as this. And you're going to find this is true across the entire Hextech line. My level 1 is level 1 fucking everywhere. Rough terrain, exactly Vergaderung. I could make them shorter. I could make them 5 to 10 millimeters tall, and they could just be treated as rough terrain. I kind of like that idea. A little trailer park that your mech is just sort of kicking through with a chance to fall. Honestly, stomping through a trailer park makes more sense for a mech to have a chance to fall over than just walking through some rocky terrain to me. I mean, I'm not saying rocky terrain doesn't make sense. You're balancing on 2 feet. It's going to be tricky. I've tripped in loose stone fields before plenty of times. But yeah, trailer parks, shanty towns, that kind of thing. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot, actually. I think we might end up doing that. It'd be a fun expansion. We can call it Sunnyvale. You guys, thank you so much for the hype train. I cannot thank you all enough for your bits, for your subs, for your support. Honestly, what I want to thank you for more than anything, everyone here right now, It's just for being there. Just for coming out to hang out with me while I talk about movies that I don't like and paint terrain. You make the whole process so much more involved and so much more interesting, and some District 9 themed terrain. That's not a bad idea. Just, oh, I love that fucking movie. Good, you know. Everybody pretend that Justin didn't say that, so that when I do it, it seems like it was my idea, okay? Are we all in agreement? Fantastic. But really, and I know I've said this before, and I won't go on and on about this for a long period of time. I'll just show this off. A little bit of work we did while I say it. I used to be, like, the comic book store guy from The Simpsons. To a degree. In the sense that, and Greg isn't around right now, or playing Win, because they knew. I used to just, when I had free time after getting out of the army and getting back into tabletop gaming and really going hard at it, I would just head down. Oop, my feet. Thank you for the reminder. I would just head down to the local game shop, and I would just spend time. A good friend of mine ran it. I had some good friends down there who were down there a lot. I'd hang out. I'd paint models. I'd talk to people. Fucking, you know, whatever. Like, oh, you're looking at that game. What do you think about these kind of rules? Oh, what kind of games do you like? Maybe this game is good for it. Maybe it isn't. I'm sure I creeped out a lot of people. Like, it was bad. Other people found my advice arguably helpful, or at least they told me that to make me shut up and go away. But you know, mostly I did it for me, because I got something out of that. And I'd hang out and I'd do pick up games or whatever it was I was playing at the time, and it was really oddly enriching. And I moved rural, and where I'm at right now, I can't just wander down to the local game shop and harass people anymore. So I started streaming, and here on the stream I can harass you voluntary victims. But really, this has largely replaced the social element that I valued so much in my hobby and my game time. And it would not be the case if nobody came to my stream. It would not be the case if not for you people. It would not be as enriching if you weren't here right now, each and every one of you, including the lurkers. So, thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. That long-winded bullshit was just so I could say, hey, thanks. I hope that you have fun. I hope that you get something out of this. If I can help you... yeah, but then you stayed here, Waffles, so... Touché, motherfucker. Alright. But yeah, we got some good work done today. Did these tanks, did this industrial thing, the processing center. This is one of my favorite pieces. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. But this is like it's like a chemical processing plant, and the idea is that for all the tanks, because these pipes link into with magnets. I should pick one that has a magnet in it. That's a good idea. Click. You can click your pipes in to the storage tanks. It does the same thing for the big storage tanks. When I have magnets in them, which this one does not, this one does. Oh my god, I should pay attention to what I'm doing. There. Oh, I knew I'd find one eventually. Again, these were prototype prints. These are not all final. Like so, and then you can link that into your processing plant. This has 4 ports where pipes can link in. So you can create like a little industrial fluid sector. I'm really proud of this set. We're going to be expanding this soon. Right now, we are going through all of the sets and doing expansions instead of coming out with a new set. This building and a number of others are expansions for the urban set. We're going to be doing an expansion for the fluid works. We're going to be doing an expansion for our drop base Delta, the defense network. Like we're doing all kinds of stuff right now, and it's exciting. It's exciting for me. You know, the Vire, I appreciate the offer, but I suck at riddles, and it would be terrible. It would be just a terrible display. Maybe there's somebody who enjoys riddles more than I do who would be more enriched by your game. So I'm going to pass, but I do appreciate the offer. Oh, God. All right. It's time to do some storm reporting. Methinks only almost 20 minutes late. Am I right? All right, let me get it pulled up here so that I don't go to a blank screen. How about that? Let's get it going. Next, do people tunnels between buildings. Data nerd, I've got that. That's what drop-based Delta is. It's all deployable buildings with tunnels going between them. Or do you mean in the city? We could take a look at that. That's possible.
All right, locusts and gentlemen, ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet pallets with the occasional culinary
Alaric,
atrocity thrown in.
let's make
on
it happen,
tonight's
bro.
Storm
Let's
Report.
figure it out.
Brought to you by viewers.
Because I'd love to
like you.
record our game. Oh, I just found a little foil cap for the paint that I just stuck to my desk like an idiot. Let me throw that away. That's kind of what I do, Shock 21, is I go, clearly all of Trinity City has underground tunnels, so the tunnels are underground. First we have to play that Antares game. Alaric, if you come to my house to play in my game room, we're gonna play a shitload more than that, bro. We're gonna play Antares, we're gonna play Maelstrom's Edge. I'm gonna make you play fucking Rune Wars, for God's sake, and that game doesn't exist anymore. I'm just adjusting my window so that I can actually see everything. Yeah, dude, but seriously, like, I would love to have you over, Alaric. Oh, you're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, and I'm gonna record it. Or stream it, or one of the two. I still have no fucking idea what I'm going to be doing as far as streaming tabletop games. All I know is that I want to do it. People apparently want to watch it. I'm mostly set up to do it, and we're just, like, are the first few streams going to probably go, like, weird? Are we going to have problems? Absolutely, but we're going to keep trying, and we're going to keep growing, and if you guys are there for it, to help me out, to give me suggestions, to give me feedback, I know that it's going to be amazing with enough time. Dude, we're gonna play some Rune Wars. Because honestly, Rune Wars is a good game for teleplay. That's one of the reasons I kind of want to break it back out again. Because I can play against you guys. I can play Rune Wars against you guys, live on stream. I think that's cool. Because the movement is all template-based, so you can actually get a feeling like you can't pre-measure your movements in Rune Wars. You just kind of have to eyeball it, and then hope that your maneuver does what you want it to do, so it's perfect for teleplay, because you couldn't pre-measure it anyway. Have guests stream games. I'm thinking that that's a lot of the next year. I'm going to be trying to do that for Gadarung. Having people over, and it's like, oh, you'd like to stay at my house? Well, then you're going to go on camera, and we're going to play a fucking game on Twitch. And I'm looking forward to it, but not as much as I'm looking forward to checking out what Mafik has for us today, bringing us the Su-85I, successor to the Su-76I made from the captured Panzer III by converting its hull into Russian tank destroyer. Only a few Su-76I were made and there were no plans to make the Su-85I back then. It is... It's an interesting notion. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a converted... shit. It's ugly, isn't it? I'm like looking at it like, damn, there are no sexy lines on that. That looks like baby's first CAD project. I guess they didn't give a fuck. It's the melding of two styles through the lens of who gives a fuck, put a gun on it. That's damn weird. Oh, and then we've got the waifu with a meme pose that takes me 2 days to finish without having a brain fuck. Oh god. This is the meme right now, isn't it? I appreciate that yours at least involves the aiming of some ass missiles to go with it. And we've included a skirt for modesty's sake. If it works, it isn't stupid. I disagree with that. I know that this is like one of Murphy's laws. If it's stupid but works, it isn't stupid. I maintain that it may still be stupid, but it does work. I know I've been on the other side of that argument from time to time, but, yeah. Why is that a meme? It's just, I don't know. But lately it has been one for Gadarung. All I know is that every day we stray further from God's light. Oh god, and the look on her face too. This is both nicely done and also Well, thank you for sharing my feek. Oh my god. Yeah, it's been the thing of late, absolutely everywhere. Hey, good to see you at Dodge. $5 I can make an abomination, a sewer creature. No, you don't. No, don't. Nobody encourage him. Nobody encourage him. QA. Oh, it's so blurry, Roland. Oh, God, why? Is the next one better? Oh, okay. Oh, this is better. This is better. I'm sorry, that first one is blurry. Like you were in motion when you took it. I want you to, Roland, go on Amazon and look up the, like, Amazon Basics tripod. You can get it for like $6. It's just this little, like, 5-inch tripod, and grab yourself a little cell phone clamp to go with it. You'll spend maybe $10, maybe $12 total. So fucking worth it, though, man. You'll be able to set up photos and just take it, set it on like a 2-second delay, take your hands off it, and you'll get nice, steady, focused photos, like, every single time. And it's always a shame when I can't focus in enough to see what we've got going on here. That is a nice, smooth base coat, though, Roland. Now, we've seen quite a few paint jobs from Roland over time. And we've seen improvement in almost every single one of them. And on this one, what's standing out to me is just that you do have a nice, smooth base coat that still shows even the fine details on this Metalcore Collectibles Sledgehammer? Think you got it right this time? I think that's right. Yeah, okay. Oh, it looks like you're definitely thinning your paints now more. We got pretty good brush control on the application of red. I like the yellow for the missile tips. That actually looks really good. Pop yourself a dark brown. Honestly, I think like a dark brown, like a sepia wash on this sort of olive green you have going on for your Hell's Horses. I think that would look really, really nice. Yeah. But nice, smooth work, Roland. Thank you for sharing. Should avoid white for the missile boxes. It doesn't look particularly bad here. There's a little bit of flash on it, so it can be hard to tell, but I think this actually looks pretty clean. Doing a black wash like the rest of my horse, yeah, I think that's gonna, see, and because you've got a nice smooth coat, the wash is actually gonna go into a lot of these details, and this whole thing is gonna pop more. Consider, Roland, taking this base green that you've got here, mix it with some white to just desaturate it and get a real pale green, and do a quick and dirty dry brush in the corners and the center, and then do your wash. Just to kind of unify everything and help the details that you want to pop kind of pop out more. I think that would look really nice. Here we have from Crossbow Roof finished. The Saurelian Collective Swordbreaker class battleship is done. Ha! He says. All those lines and panels, and it's finally, oh, the other side isn't done yet. God, I hate that feeling. Nor are the dreadnoughts, carrier, 3 cruisers, and 6 frigates. I know what you mean. Public service announcement. Friends don't let friends do overly ambitious paint schemes on large forces. Sure we do. We just laugh when it takes you forever to get through it. Joking aside, it's really not as bad as I make it out. Only half done, but I'm not working on it all that much at a time. Panel lines are done with a micron pen, and the highlights are pretty much just edge highlighting. It may not be a simple scheme, but I like how it's turning out, and the fleet is going to look good on the table. I mean, you had to go and pick blue and yellow, which is a difficult paint scheme to work anyway, but I really do like this bright blue. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Homeworld, not... Who are the bad guys? Vager? But the good guy paint scheme is what I'm thinking of, the blue and the yellow. How big is that thing? That's what she said. Oh, no, that's a bad joke. That's terrible. Never mind. Yeah, the blue-yellow reminds me of Homeworld. I could definitely see that. Homeworld 1 or Homeworld 2? I mean, the first one. Anyone else see the little face with yellow eye? Oh, now I do. Oh, it's right here. It looks like, you know what it looks like? Like a frog with his mouth stuffed with cigarettes. I don't know why that's what I'm getting from this. Smack Weasel, you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for being here, dude. Kushan. Now, the Vager are the enemies, I thought, and Kushan are the good guys, aren't they? Are the Vager even in? Am I thinking of something else? Am I confusing this with Star Trek? It's been a long time since I've played Taidan. Right, Vager is the name of the probe in Star Trek that kidnaps the bald lady and turns her into a robot. Oh, the Vaegir are in Homeworld too. Okay, thank God. I was like, God, did I confuse my sci-fi that much? No, the Vaegir are in Homeworld too. And yeah, Vaegir, which is Voyager, naturally. For, you know, if I can bring this back to Star Trek for a moment, they wipe the thing off later, and it's Voyager, because the Voyager probe that went out and then came back. And there's a lot of talk of penetrating orifices in that movie. But that's neither here nor there, because this is a lovely paint scheme. I like the panel lining, by the way. It's kind of cartoonish, but I think it works well on this scale. Lovely work, crossbow roof. Here we have from Nanotanks. Yeah, Voyager 6. Yeah, it's, you know, it's far future sci-fi still, Sumitha. What with being Star Trek and all. Homeworld Cataclysm was better than 2. I don't think I played Cataclysm. Giant Stompy Robot. Don't worry, it's not for me. A little commission for someone who wanted a direwolf and an Iron Guard inspired paint scheme. I was wondering if it was, yeah, kind of 40K-ish is what I'm getting for this with the hazard lines. I think it actually works pretty well. Very, very nice. Art Hobbit, welcome in. They retconned that Vaegir made it to the Delta Quadrant and was sent back by the Borg. I don't care. Who gives a fuck? You know, retcons. I'm not trying to be like, fuck you, busy builder. Is it just me or to retcons like that? They're just fucking meaningless. Like, that's not what they wrote. They just inserted that later to make sense out of the fact that they filled the Delta Quadrant with Borg when they did Voyager. I mean, I guess they kind of did it when they did TNG. Did they ever state that Q sent them to the Delta Quadrant, or did they just go like, oh my god, we're super deep in space? I can't remember. At Encounter at Farpoint. I can't remember now if they stated where they were, or if that was only in Voyager. It might have been. Yeah, retcons are bullshit. Like, I don't care. That's what I thought, is that Q sent them and they were like, oh my god, we're a bajillion light years from where we were. We're in another quadrant of the galaxy. And they were like, oh my god, look, the Borg. And then in Voyager, they were like, it's the Delta Quadrant. Yeah, the yellow is really bright, really, really nice. I like the little bit of shading we have on the bottom. It keeps everything really, really vibrant, which helps it kind of contrast with this deep, dark charcoal gray we have over the rest of it. Really lovely work. Simple and effective, which is what I like. Looks like you spent most of your time working on the cockpit, which paid off. We have this sort of warm clash with the cool gray colors around it. I really, really dig the panel lining, but then I'm a fan of the Iron Warriors, so that works. And yeah, for hand-done striping, remarkably straight. Well done. Oh, Rio, is that a first contact joke? Oh, God. The stripes were masked? Well, I take back my compliment then, Nanotanks. You, sir. How dare you mask to do straight line? Don't you know that's cheating? Don't you know it's possible to cheat at art? Is that a thing? Are we doing that? Oh, I guess we're not. Okay. Never mind. Ignore me. Let's carry on. Yeah, no, the cockpit glass in particular. This is lovely work, Nanotanks. I really like the base too. Like it sort of took me a little while to notice it because it's really, really subtle, but this kind of deep, rusty red hue, and then you have it coming up a little bit on the feet. Like, that's actually really effective. And a great balance to the bright yellow you have elsewhere. You know what it is? And this is what I talk about sometimes when I mention balance and composition. We have this real deep, kind of orangey, but very, very deep red down here. Yeah, a nice deep earthen tone. And we have that same color right up here. But these are the only two places that it appears, and it kind of balances. Where the yellow balances the model laterally, this balances the model kind of vertically, and it makes the whole thing very pleasant to look at. Really, really nicely done, Nanotanks. Art's all cheats, busy builder. You learn all the... You know what they call when you learn all the little tricks and the cheats in art and you put them all to work on something? That's called having skill. That's all that is. Alright, let's see. Here we have from Sewer Creature. With the release of this part, the comic is over. Thank y'all for giving me the idea to start this in the first place. Oh god, I'm terrified by the idea that I gave you this idea. Making 3 drawings a day has taught me lots of fancy new tricks on how to improve my workflow. I am glad to hear that I wouldn't have otherwise learned. For the first time in what felt like months, the old idea machine got churning and it had never stopped. Oh, that's even better. Now I have something to show for one of my designs beyond a reference sheet or two. With that out of the way, behold, the mother. Oh my god. Oh, it's even bigger. Oh, this is one of the regular ones that we have here. Oh no. Ooh, this is an interesting... Okay. It's gigantic. Reaching down, scooping this fellow up. Yeah, this is really something here. Now it looks like the mother's face, is it divided into thirds were it to open? Does it have the mouth in the center? This all makes me so uncomfortable. Because here we have another, our second size comparison. If a human being fits in the palm of this beast, the mother stands that much larger than the other ends. Creature has very vague Dead Space vibes to it, I could totally see that. Then it opens. This poor little son of a bitch is what cast into the mother? Are there little... What are these? Are these meant to be little people in, like, glowing organ sacs? Or are these just vague organic shapes? It looks like maybe it's meant to be people, but I can't be sure. We have 2 sets of arms, kind of like the Alien Queen. In fact, there's a lot about this that reminds me of the Alien Queen. The little secondary set of arms, definitely, and then the wide head crest has a very Alien Queen kind of thing going on. Oh, those are developing Ents! Oh! They're not little... I mean, they are little people. But they're growing. This is horrifying. You can see the rest of this, by the way. This is a whole series of comics done by Sewer Creature that are kind of mind-blowing. If you pop into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and go check out Sewer Creature's art channel that he has down in our artist section, you can see the rest of these. It's very worth checking out. It is upsetting in a way that most art isn't to me, and also upsetting in a way that I find very compelling. Upsetting in that way that I really enjoy, God knows why. When one was finished cooking, it shot up the throat and puked out. Thanks for that, Sewer Creature. I needed that mental image. Oh, here we have from Heretic Scott OSL. Gives me the heebie-jeebies, but I think I did a pretty good job on these guys. The Unbound Champion in the middle wields a homebrew weapon of sorts I'm calling the Wrath Hammer. The armor-piercing spikes breach through armor, allowing the soul to be easily extracted. I feel like that reminds me, and I don't want to take this in a bad way, it just reminds me of that terrible line from the first Suicide Squad movie, when Flag is talking about Katana. He's like, oh, her sword steals the souls of the people that it kills, so it's not a good idea to get killed by her. And I'm like, well, yeah. Yeah, you're right, it's not a good idea to get killed. No, why would you even say that? Like, you're already getting killed. Admittedly, it's probably worse than death, but I'm gonna try not to do it anyway. That's what I think with the soul spikes. I'm like, well, you know, it's also a good way to vent all the blood from the inside of your body. Either way, worth avoiding. Yeah, exactly, Shock. If it weren't for the soul stealing, then the getting killed would be fine. No, it's still bad. Bueno Truno, good to see you, man. Because I hate happiness, Heretic Scott. Also, these are fucking awesome. These are just... I love the balance of color in these. I love the real muted gray browns that we have for all the limbs, the kind of vibrant blues that define the center of the torso and the backpack, and then the use of these Khorne Berserker crests with just this singular splash of yellow that, again, kind of balances against the sort of ochre and earthy tones that we have down here in the base. The green that we have here for the plasma glow is delicious. It's kind of sickly and a little bit desaturated, but still vibrant and almost a blue-green towards the top. You have this little dash of OSL shining up here on his face, for instance. Like, this works so well. So well. I love the work you've done on the hammer. It looks nasty and rusted. We got these scratches. A little bit of glow here from a little power source mounted below it. This is some fucking professional work. Considering the conversions you did on it too, I love, the blank faces. I like how this guy has the little studded strip going right down the center of his face. I want to imagine that these three dudes up here have names, and he imagines that they talk to him. But I don't know quite how crazy this guy is. Also the glow here. And this is a great use, again, of temperature contrast. We have a cool green glow, and then we have warm metal all around it in each case, particularly over here on the axe with the rusty tones. Damn. Damn. Heretic Scott, these are fucking fantastic, man. And there's a little bit more of that blue. A nice, rich, deep blue. Not too much. If you made it too electric blue, I feel like it would detract from the piece, but it's this real kind of midnight blue. Almost like you would do on Night Lords, you know? I think it's the right amount of extra lore, Heretic Scott. There's definitely a point at which you're writing lore for your own force and it starts to detract from it. We all know the guy at the friendly local game shop who built his Space Marines and wrote like half a novel to explain who each and every one of them is, and he always wants to tell you about it before the game starts, and nobody gives a fuck. And I don't mean to say this to quash your imagination, I'm just saying there's a point at which it's like too much for what you've done, but this is an instance where a little bit of story really, really helps because you've done so much conversion work and such evocative and interesting conversion work that you look at pieces like this and go, whoa, I wonder what that is. So to have one or two little answers that you can kind of feed out there, I think just enhances the force. Yeah, I was about to mention that. The glow and, for that matter, just the way the skulls are done on the backpacks. These are really nice. Were these skulls on the vents of the backpack, were these converted, or are these a pre-existing Chaos Space Marine piece? Because I haven't seen these ones. But then I haven't built any 40k models in a couple of years. So, pre-existing. Okay, yeah. Just ones that I haven't seen yet. I really, really like them. They remind me of the mask from that game Splatterhouse. I don't know if anybody else ever played that game. But you got like a crazy, murderous skull hockey mask and murdered people in that game. And it looks a lot like those. The glow is so nice. So nice. The banner is coming out. The banner coming out of the one in the middle is a conversion. Okay, yeah, this with the three skulls. I want these three skulls to have names so bad. I don't know why. I can't explain it. I just do. We're not going to start the game until I give you an Ancestry.com background for each and every one of my pieces. Yeah, there's always that guy. Oh, really, Heretic Scott. I mean, what is there to say besides just, oh, so good. So good. Oh, Cav Tankerus is a sad panda. Need to figure out how I'm going to salvage this. What happened? Oh my god. This split right down the middle? Wait. This is an old Plastek Marauder. It's got some wicked mold lines up. What happened here? Is that just a really bad offset mold line? Huh. Came in two pieces, just split right down the middle, huh? Huh. I never had one of these ones. But at this point that this would have been out, I was still playing with cardboard standees and had no idea about miniatures. You're not wrong, Busy Builder. There's a very good reason for that. This is a lot of mold line, but this is a very old manufacturing process. That one's going to take some thought, Cav Tankerus. Yeah, really shitty 3rd edition mold. This one's in good shape, going on my mercenary unit for sure. Ooh, we got that little Crusader. I like these older Crusader sculpts. They weren't quite as insanely bulky. These were the armored Battletech fighters, also from Macross. Oh, God, my back. The shoulders are so crunchy right now. Take it apart and cut the peg down? Yeah, this might not be a bad idea if it's just having trouble unifying in the middle. Just line it up and very carefully glue it, then green stuff fill or something like that. But yeah, the Crusader is obviously in much, much better shape. Well, I look forward to seeing how that turns out. Yeah, from a distance you might think Phoenix Hawk, but that makes sense because the Phoenix Hawk is a Veritech fighter, and then the Crusader is the armored Veritech, so naturally they have some visual similarities, what with being from the same show. And all per Kursala's request. We do need a ban Chaotica mode. I agree. If you feed me the file, I'll load it in. Twitch apparently trusts me, and I can just upload emotes and be able to use them immediately. They don't have to be approved anymore. It's contingent on, like, if I upload a dick and balls, they're going to take that ability away. But, send it. This is the type of community I have apparently fostered. No, but the other way. But Joaquin puts his thumb up because that's amazing. Then we can all spam it when he like he ever raids me.
Welcome everyone.
When have I ever been raided?
Thunderhead Studios.
By Chaotic
Where the only rule
Besides
is
today.
Don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. For the love of God.
Besides, earlier today, you know, if we ignore the most immediate example, let's just move on. And yeah, I'll absolutely load it in. Oh yeah. See, it's not just mocking Thunderhead. Ah. We're moving on again. I don't like that at all. I don't like that even a little bit. Here we have from Pixel Gent. I can keep pushing this, but I'm gonna call it done and move on to something new. This is something I talk about a lot, Pixel Gent. First of all, this looks fucking fantastic. With the green kind of finished, also great choice on the green. It's a very earthy green with some, looks like some warmth in the shadows, which really helps set off the rest of the warm colors, the golds and the reds and the ruddy kind of. God, the skin tone is really, really good. There is a point for every model at which, at least for me, and some people may have different experiences, it may not be done, but I am done with it. And I think that it is important to recognize that moment and to step away, because you can overdo it, and I would say at a certain point you would have started to overdo this one, because this is gorgeous. Yeah, that's just it, Pixel Gent. If you're done, if you're not having fun with it anymore, if it's just becoming stressful or tedious, or, you know, just fucking just... If you have to come back to it later, that's fine, but at least step away from it. Your non-metallic metal gold is fucking gorgeous. It is so high contrast, and I just, you know... This is something I've got to push in my own painting. I've got to push my appreciation of contrast. I give that advice to people so many times, and I'm so bad at following it myself. This is gorgeous work. This is gorgeous work, Pixel Gent. Really, really well done. Love your non-metallic metal gold. It has kind of a burnished quality to it, and I really love your skin tones. I love the kind of ruddy flush to the dwarf with the red nose and the forehead and the cheeks. It looks like he's been drinking, which, when I think dwarf, I think he's probably been drinking. Maybe that's racist. I don't know. I don't know if that's possible against fictional races. Ah, damn. Damn, Pixel Gent. I am fucking inspired. Here we have from Cyber Knight Magnatorious Maximus Metal Core Collectibles. What has an LB20X, a hatchet, and moves 585 plus supercharge? Why, who's that Pokemon? Oh, it's the Unicorn Knight. Look at him. My horn can pierce the sky. I really do like that the LB20X is like a big fucking nasty shotgun. I like that it has a slide on it. Like he's gonna reach over and be like, chirp, chirp. Like rack that shit. That's fucking silly. Oh, I'm getting like a, this is my boomstick from this guy. Next one of you primates touches me. Well, just ignore that, WJ. That doesn't matter. That's not the point. I'm glad to hear that, Pixel Gent. Keep up the good work, man. Unless it has motors and charges itself, I mean, I would question then the point in putting the rack slide, but this is the point at which it doesn't fucking matter. This is pure rule of cool. This is Gypsy Danger walking down the street with a shipping container in one hand. Like, does it make sense? Fuck no. Nothing about this would work under any circumstances. Do I care? Fuck no. Carry on, please. Oh, I like it. I like that a lot. Nicely done. Nicely done. I should never be left to my own devices. Oh, yeah, alternatively, yes. Yes, you should. You're right, the cargo ship. Very, very true. Rack slide as if the auto feed gets busted. Well, you don't have to go interjecting sense to our nonsense busy builder. I appreciate the effort, but it's unnecessary. Here we have from Sphere, another excellent, excellent streamer. If you guys aren't following Sphere, you really should be. Like, very talented painter. More done, but still a bit of way to go on this guy. This is the Bellicor, alright? Look at this big bastard. I continue to like the warm shadows that we have on the kind of cool gray wings and this awesome green that you have going on, particularly on the sword. I like the balance of the bone colors. We have it all the way up here. We have it at the tips of the wings, all the way at the tops on these nasty little finger claws. A whole lot of it on these very Diablo-esque horns, which you've done some deep shading and contrast on. That looks fucking great. And then a little bit more down here, kind of ending up with the skulls on the base. The wings are tattered. Look at them. They're all got little holes in them. In my backlog, such a damn good sculpt, you know. And yeah, I don't like Games Workshop for the most part. I have many problems with Games Workshop. None of those problems are the quality of their sculpts. None of those problems are the quality of their sculpts. I don't like a lot of what they do, and I dislike a lot of their writing and their games on a personal level, and I take issue with some of their business practices, but god damn it, do they make some fucking good models, and they are a pleasure to paint, and they're a pleasure to observe really high quality paint jobs on. Really like the skin tones, both on the legs and on the wings. Really, really nicely done, Sphere, and I cannot wait to see you finish that guy. Here we have from the Busy Builder, Warhound in progress. Ooh, and this is that marble effect you said you were trying, yeah? Ooh. I like Warhounds. Now, admittedly, I'm a bigger fan of the Lucius pattern Warhound than the Mars pattern Warhound. I like that janky, blocky kind of look from the Lucius pattern Titans. But this is a nice use of the smooth plating. I love the fade in the eyes. I think that's a great balance to the kind of blue-black that you're doing here. This marbling effect is very interesting. I think it works. I think it works really well. There you go, Heretic Scott. You found the loophole. Somebody else already bought it from them, so who gives a shit? This is incredibly effective work. I like how it's a little uneven, like the veining in marble would be. Like, it's real dense here, and then it's kind of thinner, particularly towards the back of the head here. This is working very, very well. Yeah, that was going to be my next question, Busy Builders, if you were using like baby wipes or dryer sheets for it. It's because of the way that they're woven together. It's the patterning on them. You can sort of put them over something and then airbrush, and you'll get those patterns because that's where the thicker bundles of fiber are. Data Nerd. Dryer sheets also work really very well for that. Busy Builder, please continue this project. And if you feel like it, please continue to share with us because I'd like to see the rest of it. Here's a question. This is a full-size Warhound, yeah. Nice. It seems like all the Titans you see these days are for Adeptus Titanicus, and you just can't quite get that same look to it. So it's nice to see a full-size Warhound coming together. I would love to see more of this. Please continue this, and please continue to share. Here we have from Vergaderung, no hobby progress from me for several days, unfortunately. Have a beautiful sunrise from today. Oh, you're printing it. This is a print? That makes me even happier. Makes me even happier if you're not paying Games Workshop for this at all. Oh, now it's a moral victory too. Fuck yeah, Busy Builder. Oh, that is nice. Nice smooth blends here between the cool tones and the warm tones. I'm kidding, I'll stop. It's true, though. You can see a lot of what we're trying to do in miniature painting by looking around at nature and seeing how color naturally combines. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you want to know why things look good, if you want to know why things are beautiful, I mean, I think it's important to note that your brain is basically one big pattern recognition engine, and it's seeing things like this when we had primitive half-lizard monkey brains, when we were, you know, aquatic apes chugging down omega fucking acids and looking up at the sky and whacking each other with sticks. It was seeing things like, this is the worst lesson in anthropology I think anyone's ever given, by the way. It was looking up at the sky and seeing things like this that triggered in our minds the concept of what beauty and awe are, if that makes sense. So looking to nature for inspiration and understanding is, I think, very productive. The Lucius is on cults. Ooh. I don't need, no, I'm not doing any more models. We're painting the shit that we have, and then we're gonna do more models. But damn it, I'm painting a lot of stuff before I do anything new. Stop tempting me, Busy Builder. Oh my god. Lovely pictures for Gadaroni. Thank you for sharing with us today. Here we have from Xander Shade, Aerospace Fighter, and Nova, work in progress. Oh, that's looking nice. I like the white striping. Or I guess that's just like a brighter silver. That's catching the light towards the front, actually. Looks like you're doing kind of a lens effect, is what we're going for, on the canopy. That's coming along nicely. Yeah. Oh, you're sick. You're sick, Wickham. This is a good opportunity right here to practice doing a blend, if you feel like it's Xander Shade. What I would do, if I were working with this, if you handed me this model right here, I would take a nice dark blue, like almost black, right? And I would do it on the opposite end of where you've done the highlight, and then take your base blue and water it down a lot. Water it down quite a bit. Thin it. And then just kind of wash it between the two colors until you get a blend that you're comfortable with. And then take white and just do a dot in the deepest part of the dark blue-black. I think this would be fantastic practice, and this is a nice big piece. If it doesn't turn out exactly the way you want it, you can always repaint it. And if you don't feel like doing that, that's also perfectly fine. But this is a good chance to practice the lensing concept because you're well on your way there, and this would be, because it's so long, this would be a nice, easy place to practice blending on. But I'm digging it. Oh, yeah. I do appreciate the Nova's, just fistful of lasers. Like, the big wristbands of lasers. It's craziness. Base coat, dark blue. Nice. Where are you going to take the rest of this paint job? I admit I'm very curious, Xander Shade. But please, either way, continue to share. I would love to see what you get up to next. Here we have from Tiberius79, our very own lunchbox, Type 4, Katsu. A friend of mine is printing these for my Japanese SNLF Force Elephant 4-scale reference. Well, these are interesting. Like amphibious landers, yeah? Are these torpedoes? I'm not familiar with this machine. Would it... Is it transporting torpedoes? What is SNLF? I honestly don't know. I don't know what that stands for. In my head, I think like Japanese self-defense force, but that doesn't line up. This would probably be before that. Yeah, but I'm wondering, Sumitha, would it deliver the torpedoes like as a transport, or are those torpedoes that it could roll off the edges? Now, fire smoke, it's obviously amphibious. So in theory, this would be in the water with its hull above water, and maybe it would roll the torpedoes off to the side, and then just kind of, you know, blind fire them forwards. Special Naval Landing Force. Thank you, Lunchbox. I knew it had to be something. And yeah, I would think that this was Imperial Navy and not Self-Defense Force, because they wouldn't have anything like this in their Self-Defense Force. I wouldn't think. I honestly don't know. I shouldn't say things like that. I'm way too ignorant to make that determination. Interesting. It would be a roll-off. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you would open up the clamps and it would just kind of drop into the water, and then it would go. That's pretty cool, though. They're not as big as you might think. But yeah, I guess that they'd be roughly equivalent to some of our amphibious landing craft, too. Huh, that's pretty cool. The more you know. I look forward to seeing those ones. I wonder what the paint job, like, I don't really know what color scheme they would have had in their amphibious landing force. I guess you don't really hear that much about Japanese amphibious landings during World War II. When we talk about the Pacific Theater, we're always talking about areas, islands that we invaded. I say we, I'm talking about Americans, and Australians in that case. Islands that we invaded where the Japanese were already dug in, so we don't really talk that much about Japanese amphibious landings. Interesting. I'll be interested to see those get painted, Tiberius, and thank you so much for sharing. The Japanese were landing troops, yes, Alaric, but were they doing as many, like, amphibious assault landings? Because for the most part, they already had sea and air bases, and they were able to make easier landings than, like, amphibious assaults. And also, yes, Alaric, we focus on what we were doing. That is very, very true. That's been a rabbit hole of research. Interesting. I realized that I hadn't really thought about it. But yeah, they would definitely have one. I'm just not sure what color scheme they would be in. Oh, that was before we got there. And as all Americans know, nothing exists before Americans show up, WJ. Come on! Get with the program. Australians aren't even, like, real people. We just wave our hands at them and go, yeah, you fought some too. But did they really? Because, you know, they're not real. I'm going to dig myself a hole with this one pretty quickly. Let's just move on. Here we have from Colonel Matthew Steiner. Trying to finish my Age of War Star League Defense Force. Star League Defense Company. Colors are from pilots pulled in across the inner sphere for this unit. Ooh. Oh, this is nice. I like the little splashes of color in particular. Oh yeah, no, I know nanotanks. Actually, I think that that's one of the coolest things. They don't focus a lot on the Australian forces in the HBO series The Pacific, but they talk more about it than you generally... Because when you learn about World War II history, like in school in America, you don't learn that much about the Pacific Theater. You learn about, like, Pearl Harbor, Midway, atomic bombs. Those are the three big ones. And for those of you who've read anything about it, you know that there is a fucking universe that fits in between those three events. But yeah, unless you go digging for it, you won't necessarily learn more. These are some nice, simple, effective color schemes, and I love the color splashes. I particularly like what you did with the cockpits. Very, very simple, but very effective. Particularly putting yellow next to green is always a good choice. I like this. This is a swordsman, right? The swordsman's really grabbing my eye. I'm pretty sure that's a swordsman. Need to pop. Yeah, no, it does. The cockpit in particular stands out like, whoa! Like staring you right in the face. This came out nice. I love the inclusion of the little bits of hazard striping, too. They have little details like this really help to sell the scale. And these look very, very large. Nicely done, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Very, very cool. I love the little splashes of color on these guys, particularly since SLTF almost always wind up being pretty boring paint jobs, for the most part. The history teacher whose room that study hall was in defended the girl not knowing what Pearl Harbor was. Wait, what? That sentence is confusing me. The history teacher whose room that study hall was in Okay, no, I missed the first part. When I was in high school, had a girl overhear me and a friend working on a Pearl Harbor project. She didn't even know what it was, and the history teacher whose room that study hall was in defended the girl not knowing what Pearl Harbor was. What? 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 Whoa. Why? What? Huh? That's not a very good history teacher. Who needs to know? Who needs to know about Pearl Harbor? Now, okay, if you wanted to make an argument that Pearl Harbor is not, like, that we put a lot of emphasis on Pearl Harbor that probably doesn't belong there, I would hear that argument. Because there's a lot more to our involvement with the war itself, and with the Pacific Theater, and for that matter, with the European theater, than Pearl Harbor. And we tend to go, oh, Pearl Harbor did everything. Pearl Harbor was the turning point. It's like, yeah, it's kind of true, but there's a whole conversation to be had there. But that doesn't sound like what you're saying. You're sounding like he's just going, you don't need to know about it, which that's not fucking true at all. She thought it was literally a pretty harbor in the Gulf of Mexico. Oh my god. Pearl Harbor, it sounds lovely. Pearls are so pretty, aren't they? Jesus. Oh god, let's keep going. Hey, Colonel Matthew Steiner, we have something loosely in common. Mine wasn't a tail gunner and it wasn't the Pacific Theater. But definitely bomber crew, which is kind of where I got my name from. Anyway, always keep your dragons well fed. They're even hungrier than growing puppies. Oh god, we tried out a black bean quesadilla. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds good. Well, it could use a few tiny tweaks. It was pretty tasty, doubly so for our first go at such. I can pretty much guarantee by the time he gets to this, I'll be asleep. But I'll catch you in the VOD in the morning. That's just fine, White Wolf. I'm glad this is towards relatively the end of this, because I'm like, the hunger is hitting me right now. You guys know I always get hungry during the Storm Report, but it's hitting me, like, right now. And that black bean quesadilla sounds fucking good. Loving the look of those toasted tortillas. Those look just right. A little bit of butter in the pan, right? Fry them up. Damn. Damn. Oh, and for a setup Sunday, which I'm glad we're still doing, and now for something completely different addition. As some may have already noticed, tools are on the wrong side for me. Well, there's a good reason for such. Hubby wanted to try building a kit and rather likes it. Awesome, with one problem. Gaming table is too low for his taste, and after a quick trial on my workbench, well, I'm going to be sharing that in short order. Going to be tidying up and attempting to keep tidied up. Good luck. And the painting side of my workbench so he can borrow it when he wants to build something. We've already checked and there is room. Should be a case of being careful not to bump each other. Need to get him his own knife handle. Because he doesn't like either of mine. But yeah, he definitely likes it doubly so, since almost all of Bandai kits, there's no glue involved. Particularly building stuff like this, you better have a knife handle that you like, because you're going to be holding it a hell of a lot. But you know, the family that models together stays together. That doesn't rhyme. That's not a good saying. It's terrible. I should have thought about that more. What are they doing to Wing Zero? Wait, what? There's a lot of hobbying going on there. The monitor's facing the wrong direction, though. How are you gonna watch your anime while you work? Speaking of which, I gotta dig into those DVDs that you gave me, Sumitha. I've got them out, I just haven't put them in yet. I'll probably do that while I start to work on the Blunder Thud and Pilot Cat set. I'm going to be starting up here pretty soon. That's my thinking. Oh, and look, a hex mat. Well, there's just all kinds of things on this desk, isn't there? And yeah, that APC that's been in progress for some time, as I understand it. I'm sure White Wolf would be happy to answer all the questions you have and more, Busy Builder, but unfortunately, he's asleep at the moment, apparently. I'll get links up in a moment over in the food section. For my last submission, here's the Master Grade Wing Gundam Zero Endless Waltz version kit. Okay, I know what the version Ka is now. And interestingly enough, I'm not like it looks good, but after looking at a number of the Ver-Kas, I'm like, I'd always kind of wondered who it was that redesigned the Gundams for Endless Waltz, because they never really did it for me. I like the versions from the show more, and the versions that were in Endless Waltz were just... Now, admittedly, Gundam Wing is one of the more fantastic of the Gundam animes. It's one of the more, like, who gives a fuck? Teenagers with robots. But, lost some of the charm for me. But then I like the Leo, so what the hell do I know? Gods, there's a lot of small parts for this, which in a way is somewhat surprising to me, but whatever. So far, I've got the head, chest, and arms done. We'll be finishing the shoulders either tonight or early tomorrow. Joys of a new job means I'm going to bed a lot sooner than I used to. Sorry to hear that. And yes, oh hey, look at that conveniently placed dice behind my resin nippers. Oh, look at the dice. He hasn't rolled them yet either. Oh no. Oh lord. Oh, the kit's coming together nicely at any rate. They're meant for rolling, White Wolf. Roll the dice! Oh, God. Well, thank you for sharing your work with us today, White Wolf. Have the RGEW version, but Death Scythe Hell custom TV version is best. Yeah, the second one. The one with the double scythe and the big cloaking shield that came out. And am I mistaken, or the cloaking shield that Death Scythe Hell had the same shield generators in it that V8 had? Which one? I can't remember if it was Mercurius or V8. One had the gun, one had the shield. And I feel like the shield nodes were also built into Death Scythe Hell. But it has been a long time since I've watched it. A long time. I remember that it would lock over the torso and then it would pop up and out. That's my hand motion for that. You don't think so? Okay, you know what? I'm probably just thinking of the Virgo. Because the Virgo had the shield nodes, didn't it? It had both. It had like one arm was the cannon with the big generator in it, and then the other arm was the shield node. So it was like not as good at either one as the Mercurius and V8 pair, but it could kind of do both. Okay. That was it. It was a stealth field generator. Thank you, Biz. I knew it did something when it opened up. I just couldn't remember what. But yeah, Death Scythe Hell was always pretty cool. Oh, here from Sumatha, a not Operation Lancaster preview, but something I figure Thunderhead will appreciate. Ooh, a friend of mine and a consultant on Operation Lancaster has been working on a number of alternate universe clan projects. I don't think he'll mind me sharing it here. Especially since he's joined the community fairly lately. You like seeing Matt Plog's organic work? Well, Garrick is the one who pointed me... Oh yeah, I've seen Garrick around. Who pointed me to Matt Plog as an artist to commission for the work on Lancaster in the first place. And after the creatures Plog drew up for me, Garrick followed suit and had Plog redesign a canon Battletech critter that desperately needed new art. First up on the canon art of the Ice Hellion from 2003. Excuse me. Viewer discretion is advised. They take no responsibility for people spitting their drink at their monitors or all over their keyboards when this first image is uncovered. The oof is real. Oh boy. Oh. No. I'm not gonna give this one oof. This has kind of an early 90s charm to it. It's not a fantastic piece of art, but it reminds me... Who's the artist? It kind of reminds me a little bit of, like, John Blanche. You know, it is kind of a picture for ants, Vergaderung. It's very, very small. Also, it does look like it has balls. It reminds me a little bit of John Blanche's style, who I happen to be a big fan of his art. It is a bit rough, though. It's definitely not as stylized or as high quality as something that Blanche would have done. Now I present the version done up by Mr. Plog as a commissioned by Garrick. There's a subtle improvement. These little pack-hunting bastards are nasty critters to run across for sure, and I'll freely admit I'd rather wish I'd thought to have Plog do up the art for my creature in a similar style to this, because it's just awesome. P.S. At least don't have to worry about being belittled for posting this, and Thunderhead might actually pay attention to what's being presented this time. Admittedly, yes, but you have to admit, I had fun belittling you. Might not be the strongest argument. Oh, this is nice, though. I mean, you know, as far as being a completely different art style and interpretation, I do rather like this. The combination of reptilian with mammalian features. The fur, and then kind of the beak, but then the reptilian... I mean, you know, reptilian and avian features kind of go hand in hand anyway. But then the addition of the fur, the sort of Arctic fur, that's a nice touch. Space lizard doggy. Yeah, good boy. Sit, stay, growl, snarl, slash, destroy. The claws are kind of horrifying when I look at them closer. Has very avian type of claws. How big are they meant to be? They look beefy. Lovely work. I like the little flare, the little horns up above the eyes in particular. Human silhouette. Wait, where? Oh, right here. Oh, it took me a second to see it. Okay. So yeah, they're like mid-sized dogs. But pointy enough that it doesn't really matter. I feel like that would tear the shit out of me. That is some lovely work from Plog. Yeah, you're right. It is an improvement. I don't mind this style of art, and yeah, it is very small, but I admit that it's very dated. It's very dated. And again, I feel like it has a little bit of the John Blanche style, but John Blanche was intentionally stylized, and he did these huge detailed pieces in that kind of crude style that worked because of the setting they were meant to be in. For those of you who aren't familiar, look up John Blanche's 40K art. It is some of my absolute favorite stuff. It used to appear in a lot more of the books. They've pretty much phased it out entirely now. I have a Dark Millennium playing card set that is all John Blanche art. It is one of my favorite sets ever. Here we have from Manro Fasal, Radakar. He's like a horrible vampire man. I like the white wolf mantle that he's got going on. Really a nice vibrant red you have here for the pants. I'm really digging that red. That red is incredibly effective. Blanchitsu. Blanchistu has become a specific style of mini painting. Has it really? That's not something I'm familiar with. Which is surprising. You'd think I would have paid attention to that. The villain of Cursed City. Yeah, the hair and the red pop really, really nicely. The white seems a little washed out, but I'm not really noting that because it's clear to me you have a very, very bright light shining directly on it. So I don't feel like I'm really getting the true effect of the white fur for the wolf. It's the picture. Yeah, that's what I thought. It looks, because like if I look at the white down here, it's in your thumbnail for that matter, it's so washed out. I figure that's an effect of a really, really bright, non-like harsh light. It's not diffused at all. It's very, very harsh. I'm looking forward to that Man Roof Assault. So far, this is looking fantastic. The red and the hair are incredibly effective. I love the kind of fade to the faded bronze on the sword coming out to the highlight of the tip. That looks fantastic. Nicely done. Here we have from Kursala. Took some time today to do a full rebuild of the Falx so I can make it some friends. First one up is the Glaive Fire Support Platform, a smaller, slower, moderately armored vehicle. Not sure about the weapons yet, but I'm leaning towards missiles and an offset cannon. If it's support, yeah, I could see missiles. Future friends will include the Lochaber, which I'm definitely not pronouncing right. That's a Scottish weapon, isn't it? So it's like Lochab. Oh, that was awful. That was like Arabic. That wasn't a Scottish accent at all. Jesus Christ. I'm tired, apparently. Heavy hover vehicle and the Volge main assault tank. Oh, he's got a little friend. I like it. This is one of the coolest styles. The first time you did this, I've had a few beers. You're not wrong, Achilles Ray. You don't have to call me out just because it's true. This has always been one of my favorite details that you developed, Kursala, and I'm glad to see this being applied to more vehicles, because it's so visually distinct, it could support a whole line of vehicles, and I'm psyched to see that it is going to. I can't do a Scottish accent. Heretic Scott, pronounce it for us, somehow, and then post it so I can play it. It will only sound good if you do it. Yeah, scale mail tanks, right? It looks fucking cool. I've got a Falx, and that's on my list of soon-to-be painteds as I work through my backlog. Very, very nice work, Kursala. Cannot wait to see how you develop the rest of this line. I like the centered viewport there, too. It's a nice touch. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. Drew this in March of 2018. The main thing I wanted to illustrate with this piece, duality, was that I wanted to show that I am really two people. Ooh, very David Lynch. Trauma often causes cases like this, but we get along okay. I'm still a Project Dark Fox, as you've known me. Lavender, the one on our right, is much more shy after an incident revealing herself to someone she thought was a friend. Yeah, it's always rough, isn't it? This is nice. This is very effective. This is much... it's much darker than I'm used to seeing either of these characters, but obviously, thematically speaking, that makes a lot of sense. The shading on this is very, very intense. Like I'm saying, it's Lochabar, something like that. You gotta have the in there, otherwise it's not really Scottish, right? I'm getting I really am getting kind of like a Lynchian style from this, which I'm pretty sure David Lynch would just like call me an asshole for even saying that, but I think he'd probably call me an asshole for even liking his work, so I don't think that that's either here or there. Very out of the shadows duality thing going on here, which is, I think, as far as analysis goes, pretty on the nose, but effective at the same time, particularly with the different colors of eye. The shading on it is very intense. Project Dark Fox, I'm always glad to have you. I'm always glad to have you, and I'm always incredibly happy to see your art. So thank you for sharing a personal piece with us today. But with that amazing piece, that is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, the end of tonight's stream. Push the button twice there. I'm glad that it didn't just skip by. I was a little worried about that. Let's figure out who we are raiding. Groovy, how you doing? Welcome in. You're kind of catching us late. We're just about to raid into another stream. But thank you for stopping in. The VOD will be up in a second. If you want to see what we were working on, we just been dry brushing a bunch of crazy Battletech terrain. I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. We're gonna be back on Tuesday though, so I hope you're able to stop in then. But I'll tell you what I can do for you, Groovy. Thank you also so much for the follow. I can make sure that you are being raided into a channel that you are going to like. Well, I can't guarantee that, but a good channel that you should probably like. How about that? Does that sound good? Let me go ahead and take a look at who's on and who is doing what today. Oh god, it's so weird when I click into my own stream and I hear my voice delayed a few seconds. It's so unsettling. Oh, Teal Security is going. Wombat Combat is doing a little bit of painting. 46 and 2 is working on Bellacore. We raid Teal Security a lot. But here's the thing. He's fucking awesome. He's a really, really great painter. So I think we're gonna do that again. WJ, I don't really raid Zambies very much. I know that you like Zambies, WJ, but Zambies has a shitload of followers. And I try to keep my raids to people who are either around my level of followers and viewers or lower, for people that kind of need the visibility more but are high quality streamers. And yeah, that's also true, Riot Sister. Every time we raid Zambies, just because of the time that we stream at, she like stops painting like a few minutes after that. Whereas usually Teal Security is just getting going. Sounds like Teal's doing the monthly roundup. So actually, that should be a pretty damn great stream to check out some art from around the community, which is obviously something that I love doing. So let's go ahead and get that started. Heading on over. Wait, did that start? Why isn't it showing up? Teal Security, start raid. Okay. It's acting odd. There we go. Oh, it's just giving me a raid now button. That's new. It doesn't have a countdown? Oh, no, it does. Okay. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm confusing myself. I'm terribly confusing myself. Oh my god, guys, thank you so much for coming out tonight. This has been a fantastic Sunday for me, a fantastic stream. We actually got a lot of work done that I've been meaning to get to for a while. We should be able to wrap this up on Tuesday, get this Hextech off my desk, and move into our next mass painting project, which I promise will be something. We're clearing the backlog, guys. We are clearing as much of the shelf as we possibly can before we start focusing back in on some individual figures. Speaking of which, we're going to be back Tuesday doing some more terrain painting. Thursday, the 9th, we'll be doing some more 3D design right here on the stream. And then Sunday, the 12th, we're going to do at least one single figure focus, getting a little bit higher level painting. I'm really going to try to divide it between those two things. Thank you all for coming out tonight. It's been a fantastic stream. I love each and every one of you. I don't love you. That's a lie. I shouldn't lie. I don't love you. I think you're fucking awesome, though. And thank you for sharing your art with me. Thank you for being here. And thank you, as always, to my amazing mod team. Thank you for all the follows, guys. I'm going to go get something to eat. Have fun at Teal's. Until next time, keep on painting.